is turned off until your item is announced. And for all participants, please note there can be delays in the Zoom broadcast and it's very easy to talk over one another. So let's give each other a little bit of time and make sure the communications are clear. Board members, please ask for the floor when you'd like to speak and be sure to state your name when making or seconding a motion. I will try and do the same when I recognize you so that we get our actions recorded accurately on the video and we end up with an accurate brief of action on the board meeting. I want to thank Deputy Secretary Little for and your leadership team for your support of this board and your commitment to enhance collaboration between the board, the department, and the citizens that we all serve. So thank you. And a special thanks to our issue presenters, DNR Information Technology, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all support staff who make these meetings possible. Your time is valuable and we very much appreciate your support. I also take this time to individually recognize Ashley Bistel as our Natural Resource Board liaison. Ashley's over there. Most of the time you might communicate with her on email or by phone, and this is your chance to connect a voice or a name with a face. So Ashley, very much appreciate your tremendous support of the board and the citizens that we all serve. And lastly, I want to thank all the employees, citizen volunteers, and conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your continued and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of our great state. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I have one more announcement to make. I'd like to introduce Deb Dassow as a brand new board member and welcome you to the Natural Resources Board, Deb. Do you have any comments?
Well, thank you, Chair Smith. I was honored that Governor Evers appointed me to this very important board, and I want to thank all of the staff that has been helping me this past week to make this first meeting of mine comfortable, productive. Everyone has been fabulous, and I am looking forward to learning from all of you and working with all of you for the tenure of my board membership. So thank you.
Thank you, Deb, and we look forward to working with you as well. Ashley, please call the roll.
Paul Berg.
Present.
Douglas Cox.
Present.
Deb Dassow.
Present.
Robin Schmidt.
Present.
Patty Schaffner.
Present.
Bill Smith.
Present.
And Marcy West.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. All members are present. Deputy Secretary Little, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, there not.
Okay, hearing none, we'll need a motion to approve or amend the agenda as appropriate.
Here. Second.
Doug, is that a motion to approve?
Yep, I'll make a motion to
Okay,
approve
then we
February
have a second
28,
from
24
Paul.
agenda.
Any other comments on the agenda? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, opposed, say no. Hearing none, motion carries. We have an agenda. Let's move on to the consent agenda. We have 4 items listed there. Item 2A is approval of the brief of action from January 24, 2024. Item 2B, acknowledgement of a donation. The Friends of Havenwood State Forest donated $42,550. The donation will be used to support natural resources, educational programming, and habitat restoration improvements. Item 2C, acknowledgement of another donation. The Friends of Lakeshore State Park donated $31,422. This donation will be used to support educational expenses and habitat restoration projects at Lakeshore State Park. Item 2D, another donation. The Friends of Horicon Marsh Education and Visitor Center Board of Directors from the Friends of Horicon donated $21,099.84. This donation will be used to cover personnel costs of a limited term employee position. Are there any of these items on the consent agenda that the board would like moved to item 3? Hearing none, I'd request a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I would approve with the recognition of how important friends groups are to protecting our natural areas.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve from Robin
I'll second.
and a second from Patty. Any further comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. And I'd like to double down on that, Robin, and thank our donors very much. Every month we get a chance to go through these. People are generous with their time and their resources, and it's a huge help to conservation in Wisconsin. So a very broad thank you. Okay, on to item 4, action items. Item 4A, request adoption of Board Order FH 1022, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 26 related to fish refuge establishment. Justine Haas, Fisheries Management Bureau Director. Good morning, Justine. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. I am Justine Haas, the Bureau Director for the Bureau of Fisheries Management, and I am here today to request adoption of Board Order FH 10-22, the proposed rules affecting NR 26 fish refuge establishment. So just so everyone is aware where we're at in the process, this board approved the statement of scope for this rule and associated rules at the September 2022 meeting. A public hearing on the permanent rule, along with an after-the-fact public meeting on an emergency rule of the same nature, took place on February 5th, 2024. There were 11 members of the public that were in attendance to that public hearing. Also, during the public comment period and the public hearing, there were no comments received in opposition of this proposed rule. There were 4 written comments supporting the Kletch Park Dam Refuge and 2 comments supporting the Winnebago System Spawning Marsh Refuge. So I am here today to request adoption of the final draft rule. There are 3 main components to this final draft rule. The first is to codify the year-round fish refuge that encompasses the fish passage at the Kletch Park Dam on the Milwaukee River. The second establishes seasonal fish refuges on state-managed marshes for walleye spawning marshes, I should say, in the Winnebago system during the walleye spawning period. And the third creates a mechanism to establish temporary fish refuges when factors exist that concentrate fish and necessitates an immediate action. So I'm just going to go through each component of this rule. So the first is the Kletch Park Dam, which is on the Milwaukee River in Milwaukee County. This fish refuge was put in place in conjunction with the opening of a new fish passage. And this was done through an emergency rule, FH 09-22, that was adopted by this board at the September 2023 meeting, and it went into place in December of 2023. The Kletch Park Fish Passage was constructed to allow passage of native fish species around the Kletch Park Dam to access spawning habitat and increase connectivity of the river. This refuge protects fish in the fishway and fish entering the fishway where they may congregate and may be more vulnerable to angling. So just to get an idea of what this looks like, this is a diagram of the fish passage at the dam after it's been constructed. So the proposed permanent rule for the Kletch Park Dam Fish Refuge will remain the same as the emergency rule and encompasses the entire fish passage, which is denoted by that red boundary on the picture that you can see. And this encompasses it 30 feet upstream and 30 feet downstream of the passage. We did make one amendment to this final draft rule, and that was a geographical reference error that was in the original draft. So it's just correcting the error so it's actually right. But nothing changes from exactly what was already passed. So this proposed permanent rule protects fish entering and passing through the fishway, but it also protects public safety. But it also does leave areas within this park and in this area for fishing on the West Bank and on the islands. So there is still fishing opportunity in this area. The second component of this rule encompasses the Winnebago system. For those of you not familiar with the Winnebago system, it's a large area. It covers Lakes Bunamore, Winneconne, Huygen, and Winnebago, and all of their tributaries from their mouths upstream to the first dams, including the Fox River from Lake Winnebago upstream to the dam above Princeton, and all of its tributaries from their mouths upstream to the first dam, and the Wolf River from its mouth upstream to the dam in the city of Shawano, and all of its tributaries from their mouths upstream to the first dam, including Simcoe Lake, Partridge Crop Lake, Partridge Lake. And this encompasses parts of Calumet, Fond du Lac, Green Lake, Marquette, Outagamie, Shawano, Wapaka, Washura, and Winnebago counties. So it's a large geographic area. So where are these refugees going to be in that very vast area of the Lake Winnebago system? Well, this rule is proposing 6 marsh areas. In all of them are adjacent to the Wolf River. These refuges will be seasonal in nature and run from March 15 through the first Saturday in May. All the refuges are flooded woodland, and the areas are on state managed lands. And they are located in Outagamie and Wapaka counties. These areas include from north to south, identified in this map by the yellow areas. I apologize if I say any of these names wrong. Spears Marsh, Lockers Marsh, Calwitz Marsh, Muckwa Marsh, Jenny Bio, and Miller Bio. And then finally, the third component of this proposed rule is the establishment of a process to create and implement temporary fish refuges on a short-term basis when circumstances arise that necessitate protection of fish as soon as practicable. Circumstances that would trigger the use of a temporary fish refuge would be things such as the completion of a fish refuge or a similar structure, habitat or waterway projects, or a change in conditions that creates an imminent conservation need where fish are congregating. This new process would be very similar to processes that we already have in place for closing fishing seasons under certain circumstances like drawdowns on impounded waters, or like establishing wildlife refuges on private lands. This process will involve a public notice posted in the newspaper and a public meeting if requested, and a pathway for public to provide input on a proposed temporary fish refuge. The fish refuge would only be in effect for a limited time. It could only be in effect for up to 3 years. And if we wanted to make the refuge permanent, we would have to follow a permanent rule process to implement them permanently. These refuges could be seasonal in nature, like the ones on the Spawning Marsh, or they could be more lengthy in nature, like the one on Clutch Brook Dam. So if approved today, we would anticipate that these refuges, both the Clutch Park Dam and the Winnebago Spawning Walleye Marshes, and the temporary and the ability to have the temporary refuge establishment process would be going into effect later this year. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Sure.
Robin?
I have a question I think I know the answer to, but the only concern I have is with the new availability to create temporary refuges. Are you able to use the technology in terms of the database for people who have fishing licenses to try to get input that way rather than just putting something in the newspaper? Is that something that you can shoot out a notice?
Yes, so we have the ability to use what we call Gov delivery lists, and we have a whole host of different ones, but yes, we have ones that are very fishing centric. So we'd be able to put out messages outside of the public notice in the paper. The legal process we have to follow with these types with all the other rules is the notice in the paper. But yes, we would do other non-legally required ways of reaching out to make sure we get good enough public feedback.
Thank you.
Doug?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Justine.
Yes.
So is this a rule that also apply to new fishways? So if one isn't there now and goes in, will the DNR apply refuges to?
It would be on a case-by-case basis,
case.
but this rule would give us that option to not go through a whole permanent rule process if we felt the need was more immediate.
Other questions from the board? We have no public speakers on this item. If you're ready, a motion would be in order.
Make a motion to approve the permanent rule.
We have a motion to approve from Marcy. Is there a second?
I was like, yeah.
Second from Robin. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Justine. Next item on the agenda, 4B, has been delayed until a later meeting. Deputy Secretary Little, any comments on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The DNR removed the scope statement for DG-16-23 relating to proposed rulemaking to control lead and copper in public drinking water from today's agenda. We plan to revise the scope statement to better align our rulemaking with the compliance dates of EPA's lead and copper revision and subsequent lead and copper rule improvements regulation. We anticipate bringing the revised scope to the NRB for consideration later this summer.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to that very important rule. Move on to item 4C. This is an easement and monetary donation. Egg Harbor Cliff State Habitat Area in Door County, requesting approval to accept the following donations from Alpine Resort Acquisition Company, LLC, Alpine. Conservation and maintenance easements on 9.22 acres under authority of state statutes 23.09, sub 2, sub D, sub 6, and 14. And 23.0910 Wisconsin statutes and NR 1.41 sub 1 sub E Wisconsin Administrative Code. And with that, a monetary donation of $150,000 under the authority of statute 23092 sub O and manual code 1403.1. A lot of numbers in that one. Jim Lemke, Real Estate Section Chief. Can you explain this one to us, Jim?
We'll have to shorten up some of those some of those numbers for
Thank you.
Chair Smith. But good morning, Chairman Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Jim Lemke. I am the Real Estate Section Manager, and it's my pleasure to appear before you today to discuss this real estate transaction this early morning. I am seeking your approval on a 9.2 acre conservation easement donation, which includes an 8.3 acre easement protecting a rare Niagara escarpment featuring limestone bluff, chimney rock formations, mature timber, and a 0.84 acre access easement within the Egg Harbor Cliff State Habitat area of Door County. I will be discussing the real estate transaction. We'll be joined this morning by natural heritage conservation biologist Josh Martinez, who will cover the unique geology of the escarpment, reasons to protect it, along with the habitat that protects threatened and endangered species. The Alpine Resort is a popular and historic resort in Egg Harbor, which is under new ownership. The new owners are currently renovating the resort, which also includes plans to renovate the golf course, which runs adjacent to this escarpment easement. As such, there's been quite a bit of communication with the department over ways to protect the escarpment, including correcting past department concerns on the handling of the escarpment with the previous landowners. As an easement, the department will not have any PILT tax responsibilities or property management responsibilities. The easement donation allows the department to monitor the easement, ensuring it remains protected and left in a natural state. As a show of good faith and a proactive concern over protecting this fragile habitat, the new owners are donating $150,000 to the department to help offset the cost of monitoring the conservation easement. This money can be used at the discretion of the Natural Heritage Conservation Program. The Alpine Resort owners will also contribute $235,000, as talked about in the green sheet, to a third-party contractor for habitat restoration along this escarpment, and Josh will discuss this restoration work with you in a second. Due to the uniqueness of this escarpment, the threatened and endangered species it protects, including the general safety of the public, the 9.2 acres will not be open to the public. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite Josh Martinez up to discuss some of the unique features of the escarpment.
Welcome, Josh.
Okay, yep, that's fine. Thank you again, Chairman Smith and Deputy Secretary Little and all the Department of Natural Resources Board members. Again, my name is Josh Martinez. I'm the district ecologist located up in the Upper Lake Michigan management area. And Jim has asked me today to come and talk a little bit about the Niagara Escarpment, and then what our responsibilities are for monitoring. So Niagara Escarpment is a bedrock feature composed of Silurian dolomite that stretches from northeastern part of the U.S. westward through the Great Lakes. And here in Door County is the most prominent, but it stretches through into Wisconsin about 150 miles southeastern, where it eventually disappears beneath glacial deposits. So as you can see, as you can see, on our map provided there, the pink lines there is definitely showing all of our Niagara Escarpment outcrops throughout Door County. The escarpment supports many rare snails, most notably a group of globally rare snails. Some of the oldest trees known in Wisconsin, karst topography, and contains important hibernacula for bats. It has a value, of course, for migratory birds and bats, providing updrafts, and generally these north-south leading lines really provide that updraft. Rare and otherwise important natural communities and habitats associated with the escarpment include dripping cliffs, dry cliffs, talus slopes, unusual conifer forests that contain some of the state's oldest trees. And at one site in Door Peninsula, we have, of course, the globally rare Elbar community type. So more specifically, back to the snails, this cold air that we get from these Niagara Escarpments can, move water through fractured rock, and it creates what's called a talus slope. And that provides habitat for this really diverse group of rare snails that we have here in Door County and Wisconsin. Just to give you a perspective too, throughout the Niagara Escarpment, throughout Door County, we only manage with our SNA program approximately 9 properties along the entire Niagara Escarpment in Door County. Of course, we have many other partners that we work with through the Door County Land Trust and the Nature Conservancy to help preserve and conserve many other parts of this. So this little property that we're working on today is only one small piece of that protection. So some of the others, just to give you a point of reference for you guys, is Rock Island. We have an SNA. Little Lake up on Washington Island, we have an SNA. The Mink River State Natural Area, Ellison Bluff, and a few others. Of course, some of our state parks protect some really great stretches of this Niagara Escarpment. So bringing it back to the importance of the talus slope and snails. Initially in 2020, the Alpine Resort actually hired a consultant to do snail surveys on this property, just to see if the previous conservation easement that we already have with them was still providing that necessary habitat for those snails. And at that time, they found our previous known existence of cherry stone drop, which is one of our state threatened species. But they also found the Callus vertigo, which was not reported on this property before. And that's another one of our state listed snail species. In addition to those two, they found a total of 14 species on this site. So they were proactive in 2020 with their consultants to start making sure that the previous conservation easements were appropriate. And that's another reason why they started this discussion with us. So moving. Oh, can you go to the next slide, Ashley? For some reason, it's not moving. Trying to big button it. Yeah. So on this property, I want to provide you guys the map here of those locations of the conservation easement and then the access easement with that. So as you can see, it's a total of just over 8 acres, 8.38 acres for the easement or for the conveyed easement, and then also the access easement is another 0.84 acres. And it's all of that talus slope leading down to the golf course below. And as a result of all that protection, we're going to have some habitat restoration projects that are going to occur. With that, they're going to be removing some of the golf course fairways, greens, and tee boxes, in addition to some of the access routes that are on this property. So on top of the cliff there's 2 long fairways that go east-west. They're actually going to be removing those all together. And then you'll see that there is a small section there of 0.9 acres that they plan to plant back to forest species that would be part of the Niagara Escarpment. So white cedar, white pine, hemlock, and a few others. You also see in the right-hand end of this, there is a polygon that zigzags going down the cliff to the north. And that's an old asphalt cart path that was to be planned to be removed and also restored back to native species, native shrubs and trees. Below the ledge, which would be the northern end there, where it's number 4, and then 0.9 acres up there. And then that 1B, that is an old fairway and a tee box, and there's actually a retaining wall that they had to previous owners built up in order to create that one hole there on the golf course. So that retaining wall will be removed, and then of course that property, that little parcel there will be restored back to native trees and shrubs. And then ultimately on the far left end or west end of this, you'll see there's another 0.85 acres, and that area there is an old green, and that is to be removed and planted back to native species. And all of this work will be completed with that $235,000 that the Alpine Resort has already set aside for the restoration of this site. My job will be for monitoring, and that would be annual monitoring by myself, in addition to my partners I work with. And then they're also, Alpine is going to continue with working with a consultant to help with some of the snail survey work, because these snails are very small. And sometimes these snails actually require taking a sample of that material back to the lab and actually looking under a dissecting scope to identify some of these snail species. And that way it's just a way of seeing how the habitat is responding to the restoration work. So thank you.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully recommend the board's approval for this 9.22 acre easement donation for the Egg Harbor Cliff State Habitat area, and that the board accept a monetary donation of $150,000 for conservation purposes, and that a certificate of appreciation be sent to the donor and made a part of the official record of the Natural Resources Board. And Josh and I, of course, are available to answer any questions the board may have.
We have we have no public speakers on this item. Are there questions from the board? Paul?
Just out of curiosity, this easement doesn't allow public access. But how many such conservation easements do we have that the public can't trespass on?
So mostly our conservation easements are open to the public. It's a high priority for the department to make sure that these spaces have the 5 MBOAs, as we call it, Paul, which are the nature-based outdoor activities. But this is a unique escarpment, as Josh started to explain, with high cliffs and with protected species. So it's really rare for this to be closed to the public. We do have some scenic easements that are closed, especially along the Wisconsin River. There are some examples of that, but it's pretty rare not to have easement open for public use.
Marcy?
Hi, Jim.
Good morning.
Hi, Josh. Nice to see you in person. Again, appreciate my briefing and you bringing the team together for me. This is probably more for Josh, but on the monitoring, can you clarify, as we discussed, the bats of high concern and obviously fragile throughout the state and throughout North America, with the monitoring? Do you have the staff and the support needed to monitor specifically to the bats, to the snails, to the plant life? Or is it the monitoring of the contractor that Alpine would go with?
Yeah, as of right now, it's laid out that the monitoring we're going to be doing is just making sure that we are adhering to what the purpose of this conservation easement is for. But we do within the department have our expert resources that we could work with to help determine, okay, is this a site we can continue with some implementations of that survey work? And that would be working with the landowner at Alpine there to just make sure that our increased amount of visits during an annual year are okay with them to continue this. And I think that would not be an issue. Their consultants that they work with have a very high interest in, of course, in the snails. And I really rely on them. They're an approved consultant that we work with for snail survey work. And then, of course, like I mentioned about the bats, we do have a nice bat cave actually just to the south from this area a little ways. And so this could be an opportunity for us to do just some more bat monitoring around the area, just for another access point. And then for the plants, to go back to the plants, Yeah, we can do plant survey work. Our job for monitoring is to make sure there's no invasives on the site, right? And that they're actually implementing invasive species removal. And so while we're doing that, we can also be monitoring for what plant species do occur within this easement, and we can record that, of course, in our NHI, the Natural Heritage Inventory portal.
Okay, yeah, because and you mentioned some of the partners. I think Door County just has an incredible array of interested folks in protection and things like that. And it just seems like a great spot for some research or, you know, getting students out there to do some citizen monitoring and things like that. So I think it's awesome, and I have no concerns about it, except that we for the long haul are able to make sure that it's being done right.
Doug?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Jim, and thanks, Josh. Good to see you again.
You too.
So the old growth forest that's there, much like the invasive species, I know those will need to be managed. What do we do in relation to some of the old growth forest, or isn't it going to be managed at
So-
all in relation to protecting the threatened endangered species that are there?
Very good question. So the talus slope is our major protection there for habitat type for the snail species, which is comprised of a lot of the old dolostone sloughing off those cliffs over the millennia here and filling it with a lot of that plant material and moisture, and that creates the prime habitat. So as a result of that, a lot of the cedar is regenerating on its own on the cliff face and not impacted, of course, by deer herbivory, just as accessibility is limited. So when it comes to forest management of those old tree species, we don't do anything. It's a passive management on the fairways below. And on top, the plan is to plant that to white cedar, of course, and other species that would be attributed to the Niagara scarp.
And on the invasive species, what's there and what
Yeah.
are we going to do to manage those?
Yep, so that's part of that $235,000 that Alpine is already putting up front for restoration work. Would be going towards invasives removal. Primarily invasives that I did see while I was on there for site visits would be Scotch pine, honey locust, some autumn olive, but very minimal compared to many other places that you come across throughout Door County.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board?
I move for approval.
We have a motion to approve from Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Doug. Any further discussion? I'd like to ask one question before we act on the motion. Jim, this seems to be a very generous donation to a critical resource, very valuable biotic community. And there's other activity going on with the old golf course and kind of rebuilding and replanting. Is the donation that you've talked about tied in any way to regulatory authority from the department?
No, this is a proactive action on behalf of the owners. These discussions have been going on for a couple of years, including with the Village of Egg Harbor, which I've met with as well. So it's their proof of their concern over the rarity of the escarpment, and it's their good faith effort to proactively protect this rare area. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's going on there with the golf course restoration and even with their buildings that are down along the bayfront. So I think they want to put their best look forward. And when we had an opportunity to discuss with them what that might look like, that included a monetary donation that they were more than happy to come up with and to donate back to the state.
And I sense there's strong community support for what's going on there too.
Yeah, the Village of Egg Harbor was very proactive. They've reached out to me. I talked to them a number of times. They're excited about the renovation. A lot of that's already occurred along the bayfront area with some of the buildings, but the golf course has really been left for the many years unattended to. And so it's in need of repair. And I think as any village would be, Egg Harbor is excited about renovating that and bringing more dollars into their area, but they are concerned as well to make sure that any permitting that needs to go on the golf course, the movement of earth, for example, and as Josh started to describe some of the removal of invasive species, that the DNR plays a role in that. And so I think that Josh has been working with this other third party, and also our department has been working with this property owner as well. So we feel pretty confident that not only is the donation going to be made, but that the communications will continue to ensure that this part of the state is protected. So high level of confidence, I think, from the village, Mr. Chair, and from the department as well.
Thank you for that additional insight. Very
Sure.
helpful. Any more discussion, questions from the board? We've got a motion and a second on the table to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Jim, and thank you very much, Josh. Very nice project you got there. Okay, we'll move on to 4D, another real estate item. Oconto Falls Ranger Station, Oconto County. The department's requesting approval to sell a 1.03 acre improved former Oconto Falls Ranger Station site to Oconto County for the appraised value of $150,000 under the authority of statute 23.15 sub 1 and NR 141 sub 1 sub H Wisconsin Administrative Code. Department will retain an easement in perpetuity on the property in order to maintain and operate the existing smoky prevention sign. Again, Jim Lemke, Real Estate Section Chief.
Thank you again, and good morning again. A little less complicated, Mr. Chair. This second ask this morning is seeking this board's approval to sell 1.03 acre Oconto Falls Ranger Station at the appraised value of $150,000. Local units of government were given the first priority of purchase, with Oconto County contracting to purchase the property. The appraised value represents a value of $26,000 for the land itself, with the remaining $124,000 of the appraised value representing the value of the improvements that are on this property. Originally, the department built this ranger station back in 1978. Over the years, the building no longer met the needs of the department. It was generally too small. It wasn't ADA compliant. Mechanical systems were in need of upgrading. There was an unsafe turnaround radius for large forestry equipment. And in 2014, the department found a replacement site within the city of Oconto Falls and subsequently built a new and larger ranger station that better accommodated their current needs. More specifically, it provided for additional heated garage space, improved and safer turnarounds for large equipment, and provided additional office space for staff. The U.S. Coast Guard monies were used to build a boat shed on the former ranger station, and there remains a $14,000 value on this building. And that portion of the proceeds will be set aside and must be used for another law enforcement boat shed, something a little bit unique. Equally important, most important perhaps, the department is also retaining a permanent easement at the current site for the smoky prevention sign, which can continue to be used and monitored as a public awareness site. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm available to answer any questions and respectfully request the board's approval for the sale of the former Oconto Ranger Station to Oconto County, finding the property is no longer needed for state's use for conservation purposes due to the new ranger station being built.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think a motion's in order.
Also move, but I also want to commend the DNR staff once again for working with the local community and making this available for the good of both parties.
Thank you, Paul. We got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it with adding that I'm happy that Smokey Bear is protected into perpetuity.
And we have a second from Marcy.
Thank you.
Any further discussion from the board? And we have no public speakers on this item as well. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Jim. Okay, next item on our agenda is open forum. Ashley, are we ready to go with that? We're a little earlier than normal. I just want to make sure people are available.
I believe it. Want to take it now, everybody's available.
Okay. We'll keep rolling. We'll move on to item 5, open forum. We have 3 appearances on our list, and I want to add one more. We had a person that submitted email requests to appear appropriately, and the email got tangled up somewhere and didn't get through and didn't get on the list. And that was pointed out to me this morning that they had applied in time and just didn't get added. So I would like to suggest to the board that we add Carol Phillips as a fourth person for public appearance under open forum. Carol's subject matter is wake surfing. So first on our list of appearances is Cody Kamrowski, Melrose, representing Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. Topic is potential impact of Solar Vista solar project on the Buena Vista wildlife area. Welcome, Cody, and I'd like to mention Cody is the newly appointed executive director for Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. So congratulations on your position, Cody, and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Bill, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chairperson Smith, Natural Resources Board members, and Deputy Secretary Little. As we indicated in our written materials last week, the Federation strongly supports solar energy. However, the proposed Vista Solar project in Portage County is directly adjacent and intermingled with the Buena Vista Wildlife Area lands, which are the prime habitat for the state-threatened greater prairie chicken. We are very concerned that the project, together with the adjacent approved Portage Solar project, will harm the prairie chicken habitat, including the Buena Vista Wildlife Area. The board has set policies for the preservation of the prairie chicken and Buena Vista. The NRB approved the 2004 to 2014 and the 2022 to 2032 Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plans as well. You know very well the fragility of the prairie chicken populations in the state. And Buena Vista is a key property with 60 to 70% of the state's population. The greater prairie chicken was listed as a state threatened species in 1979, but its population has trended downward and is heading towards its survival tipping point. The board has acquired 12,000 acres for Buena Vista for prairie chicken management habitat. Buena Vista's property value, management, and research funds approved by the board approximates about $8 million. The project is currently being reviewed by the State Public Service Commission. DNR is an advisor to the PSC staff in gathering environmental information to evaluate the project. After a PSC decision, DNR's role is limited to issues such as stormwater and wetlands. In other energy project approvals, DNR's secondary role is appropriate. However, because of the potential harm to the threatened prairie chicken and because of the department's investment as a landowner, the department should be taking a larger role on this project. DNR has landowner proprietary rights and needs to be directly involved in the PSC approval process, representing those rights and its trustee responsibilities for the greater prairie chicken. Because of your board policy oversight responsibilities and your land acquisition responsibilities, the Federation is encouraging the board to request DNR staff to become directly involved in the project's PSC approval process as a landowner and trustee for the seriously threatened greater prairie chicken. Thank you, everybody, for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you, Cody, and thank you also for the substantial written material. It's very helpful in being able to get into the details. 3 minutes is kind of brief for a discussion of this nature. Are there any questions from the board? Doug.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Cody. Good information. So the solar project, and I see there's a review by PSC and DNR advising, but isn't there anything under WEPA, so Wisconsin's Own Environmental Policy Act, that places requirements on a project this size for review or permitting?
So we had a presentation by Greg Pills with DNR, so he's kind of the liaison supervisor in between DNR and the Public Service Commission. And he was kind of walking us through the whole process with DNR being involved in the environmental assessment. And if there's triggers set in place to trigger the environmental assessments. And I can research more into that and get back to you if you need some additional information.
Yeah, and to go along with that, I assume because PSC is the one reviewing it, there's no federal permits required for solar projects either.
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm going to dig into that one. I've become a quick solar fielding guru in the past couple of weeks, so it's kind of a new subject matter I've been taking on.
No problem. Thank you.
Paul,
do you have any data that substantiates that this solar project will be detrimental to the prairie chicken population?
We don't really have great data in relation to that at this time, but there is in the map, some of those private lands and adjacent properties to Buena Vista are used as lecking grounds for the greater prairie chicken as well. And then it's a project, and then there's two separate projects. So there's the approved Portage Solar project that's about 1,700 acres, and then there's this new proposed Vista project of 8,500 acres. We're going to be talking about like habitat fragmentation because these facilities are going to have high fences for security purposes. So that without a doubt, there will be some habitat fragmentation concerns.
The high fences would be.
Yeah, that'd be a bigger concern.
Yeah.
other questions from the board?
Could I ask
Robin?
a question for department staff on whether or not, I guess I'm curious, has the department ever, provided this kind of input back to the PSC? Is there a history of, like, is this kind of a new concept, or is this something that's more routine in terms of how we interact with the PSC?
Thank you for the question, Robin. I'll inquire with our staff and get an answer back to you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Cody, thank you very much.
Yes.
This sounds like an unusual legal strategy for the department, something that's out of the ordinary, and it's going to take a little time to take a look at that and evaluate that as an alternative.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, our next appearance is Florence Sandock from Viroqua. Observance of public input, and this will be a virtual presentation, I understand.
Correct.
Welcome,
correct.
Florence.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. We did send you a letter, which you can refer to. My partner and I will split our 3 minutes. And we live on a farm where my partner raises cattle, beef cattle. And we are concerned about 2 different items. One is the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, and in our perception, the not using their authority to protect conditions or mitigate permits when they have the opportunity to do so. And at a very recent and local example in hearings 2 years ago, the Roth feeder pig 2 CAFO, located in hydrogeologically sensitive and fragile Crawford County, applied for a permit for an additional 3,000 animal units, 140,000 piglets to be housed and manure disposed in a confined space. And this is a very sensitive area, karst geography area, the lower Wisconsin State Riverway, etc. Many people gave comments, signed petitions, gave scientific opinions, generally spoke out against the permit application. Yet the DNR and its board failed to mitigate the permit or even verify access to questioned land spreading acres, resulting in an initially approved plan that included 30% of its acres on land Roth feeder pig does not have access to. 200 locals signed a petition. The nutrient management plant was accepted, even though the management plant currently appears to have way too much manure on too little land. It's obvious where the excess goes. The DNR and its board seem to ignore a tremendous amount of citizen input. In this case, the DNR seems to have ignored their own mission, which is to protect and enhance our natural resources. We need more mitigation. We need the DNR to take its authority, which it does have, to mitigate these issues. This is an area for organic farms, and a CAFO operation there is really, really a problem. Now I'll turn it over to Jim.
Okay. Hello.
Welcome, Jim.
Hi. I raise cattle here in southern edge of Vernon County. And I am particularly concerned about a bill in the Wisconsin Assembly. It's Bill 957 called the Eats Bill, which, and reading from it, this bill prohibits political subdivisions from adopting certain regulations for animal facilities. And what this does is removes local control for the siting of CAFOs in particular. And I think that we need to be aware of the fact that Wisconsin soils, Wisconsin has some of the most varied geology in the United States. And there is no one-size-fits-all standard that can be issued from Madison for the disposal of the manure, especially in our fragile karst geology. I'm sure we're near our limits, so thank you for taking our statement.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for being concise. You didn't quite get your half of the time.
Well, it's tough when I've got a partner who likes to speak.
But I'd like to add that your message got through loud and clear, and I appreciate the written correspondence that helps us with some of the details here. So appreciate your appearance and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll move on to our next appearance in person. Jim Olson from Madison, talking about the Vermont Home Lake Rule petition, another aspect of our wake surfing trilogy here at the board.
Good morning, Deputy Secretary Little, Chairman Smith, members of the board. I'm Jim Olson. I live in Madison. Been a lawyer in Madison for 58 years. I own property on a lake in northern Wisconsin for the last 50 years. And we've become very concerned, as you have heard in prior appearances, about the wake surfing issue. And we're taking up the home lake rule. And earlier this month, I, as an attorney for 242 petitioners, filed a petition with the DNR for the adoption of an emergency rule called the home lake rule, which would limit the spread of invasive species on our lakes, requiring the ballast systems to be decontaminated and only used in one lake. Since we filed that, and I provided copies for all the members of the board as well, since we filed that, the state of Vermont has approved a home lake rule in Vermont. That was part of kind of an omnibus petition dealing with all aspects of hazardous wakes, distance from shore, depth, and zones of usage. It went before, it followed the process similar to what we have here in Wisconsin for a citizen's petition. It had public hearings. The home lake rule was basically, no one ever commented against it. Everybody was in favor of it. The boating industry had an opportunity to appear on it. And they did appear, but they never opposed the home lake rule. It's basically been unopposed. The Vermont agency, similar to DNR, approved the rule. It then went before a legislative committee, similar to what we have here in Wisconsin for rules. There were 8 members of that committee. The only discussion on it was there was one member who wanted the rules relating to the shoreline buffer zone to be more strict. So it passed 7-1 because they wanted to get the home lake rule in effect to save the Vermont lakes. So it was basically bipartisan. Both parties supported it, and it was approved. So now it will become the law in the state of Vermont. There were 73 lakes in Vermont that where they had allowed wake surfing before this bill. And as a result of the bill going through, there are now 30 lakes in Vermont. Of course, there's Lake Champlain as well, which wasn't part of this. So they were very concerned about the spread of invasives in Vermont. And now the law will become in effect. I have been following the legislation relating to the wake surfing bills. And right now the assembly is adjourned. The Senate will be adjourned shortly. There's really nothing going on in the legislature right now. And it's my prediction, having watched the legislature for many years, it'll be 3 to 4 years before some of these other aspects will be taken up. So if anything can be done to protect our lakes from the spread of invasive species, it's up to this board or up to the agency to adopt the home lake rule to stop the spread of invasives. Thank you very much. I certainly have responded to any questions that you have.
Thank you, Jim. Are there questions from the board?
Part of the 242 petitioners were Scott Hassett, who's up there, being our board secretary, and also these pictures up there, because also sitting right here, George Meyer, who's also my former DNR board secretary and served in the legal department. Thank you very much, and I urge you to do something on this. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Jim. Are there questions from the board? Robin?
I just did a quick search. So in Vermont, it looks like there's 220 lakes that are greater than 20 acres. So there's not, like, when you compare the number of lakes in Vermont to what we have in Wisconsin, there's a big difference. And so I'm just, I applaud your bringing us this information. I just think it's a more complex issue here because of the vast number of lakes that we have. And I too am concerned having a house on a lake up in northern Wisconsin where it's the wake would have serious implications. We don't have any wake boats on the lake right now, but it is a concern. I guess I'm wondering if you've had communications with any of the tribes as to whether or not any of the lakes on reservations, if that's being considered from a tribal perspective, and if there's any local governments that are taking this up.
Okay, number of things. First off, Wisconsin with their over 15,000 lakes and probably over 2,000 that are, above 50 acres or so. We have a much bigger problem than they have in Vermont because the invasives could be spread to many more lakes. And I'm very familiar with Vilas County, and that's where my place is. And there are 5 lakes up there that already have spiny water fleas. And those are, once they're in the lake, you're not getting them out. And there was a study in Wisconsin because there were spiny water fleas in Lake Mendota, and it was millions of dollars to eradicate the problem. The problem is to keep them from going in there. And they go in the, in the ballast water, you move them from lake to lake, and you're going to spread them to another lake. So that's why we have the home lake rule, which says, it must be decontaminated. It's fairly simple to be decontaminated. And then once they're decontaminated, they can only be used in a single lake. So it permits owners of these boats to continue to use them. Now, let me go to, you had some other questions.
I was just curious if you were working with the Native American community.
We have, our group has worked with the Native American community on this issue. They haven't come out one way or another. I don't know, maybe there were some of them that were on the petition. We had so many petitions. So we have dealt with, we're in communication with them. We have sat down and smoked tobacco with the tribes up there. So we're very close with the tribes up in our area. And I think we had another question as well. As a lawyer, I sometimes go on.
Government.
I think you addressed them. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Good to see you, and thanks for pursuing this issue. It's a hot one with a lot of people, and we're looking for solutions, so.
I think we have one.
All right, thanks.
At least on one part.
Okay, our next speaker added this morning is Carol Phillips, and Carol will be virtual. Good morning, Carol, and let me apologize up front for any uncertainty about the sign-up process. I understand you sent in a request on time, and for one reason or another, it got off the tracks and we missed it.
That's okay. Thanks so much. Carol Phillips, I'm a retired civil engineer, and I'm talking about wake surfing again. It's that sport where the boats are designed and operated to make the biggest wake possible, so someone can surf without a rope like in the ocean. Recently, a bill was proposed to have the University of Wisconsin do a study to evaluate the impact on our lakes. Well, that's fine, but doing another study shouldn't be a reason to delay protecting our lakes for another few years. There are already 2 studies that are in a relatively good agreement. I sent you a little packet and with a couple flyers, and this flyer shows that the University of Minnesota study and a study paid for by the boating industry are actually in pretty good agreement with their data about the size and energy in the wakes. The only difference is their conclusions. Some non-engineers at the Water Sports Industry Association misconstrued the results and said that surfing 200 feet from shore was okay, even though the waves are still 16 inches high at that point. The other handout I sent you shows about how wake surfing could be done safely on really large lakes. But on smaller lakes, even if you could solve the environmental problems, you still have the problem with one boat dominating the lake. No matter how careful a surfboat operator is, when a boat is designed and operated to make the largest wake possible on a small lake, it endangers everybody else on the lake and forces them off. That's the reality. And when 2 groups can't coexist, they need to be separated. On very large lakes, there can be designated zones for wake surfing in the middle, marked with buoys, like in the second handout that I gave you. On a 1,000-acre lake, there could be 50-acre wake sport zones, and then about another 150 acres around it would still have dangerous waves. So altogether, wake surfing would dominate about 20% of a 1,000-acre lake. Everybody else could share the remaining 80% and know that they're safe. This is much better than allowing wake surfing everywhere, everywhere that's more than a certain distance from shore. Even with a 700-foot from shore rule, nearly the entire wake would be subject to annoying, if not dangerous wakes. And on a crowded day, everybody else would be forced to stay right near shore while the surfers get to spread out over the vast majority of the lake. There's a lot of other advantages to doing this zone system also. It'll allow most of the critical areas to be well protected, you know, the most critical habitats, the lake shore and the lake bed and people's docks and moored boats. And also it's easier to enforce. Nobody has to guesstimate how far they are from shore or how deep the water is. If they're in that pre-approved zone, they're going to be okay. And also it'll be a lot easier to manage invasive species if you've got just a few large lakes instead of a whole bunch of small lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Are there questions from the board? Marcy?
Hi, Carol. Thanks for the documentation. I can empathize with the frustration that the legislation didn't get through or how often you have to comment on this. But with the larger lakes, the lake I'm most familiar with in Oconto County, the Lake Association does a really good job. I mean, the members of the association on kind of regulating themselves. Is there anything that would prevent a large lake like the image that you showed from proposing that through a lake association, not necessarily an enforcement option, but a information, education, good neighbor kind of policy?
That's a really good way to start, and that could be done, you know, this spring. The only problem is we've seen that it doesn't work. They've posted, and I know of at least one lake I personally know of where they did all that, and one of the wakeboarders followed the rules. Everybody else ignored them. When it got crowded, they just went wherever they wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Paul?
I just need an explanation as to what the department's possible purveyance is in this issue and what our role would be in that situation. Secretary Little, could you explain that to me?
I can try, Paul. We received a briefing from our law enforcement wardens last year, I believe, in trying to understand where the nexus is for board and department action, and I believe it's limited to enforcing administrative rules as it relates to perhaps the ballast issues that I think are that are subject to what Mr. Olson has been talking about. The challenges, you have to be on site pretty much to be able to make that investigation, number one. And then number two, I think there are also some issues in terms of how far you have to be from shore. And again, you have to be, pretty much on site, and we don't have the sufficient capacity to be able to, be everywhere at every time to do that. So that creates kind of a challenge in terms of our enforcement capabilities. But I believe that if it is the interest of the board, we could certainly revise that informational hearing or informational item and bring it back to the board to provide some more clarity about what the roles and responsibilities of the board as well as the department.
I for one would like that. I don't know if that's the feeling of the rest of the board, but
Well,
this-
looking around the table at a lot of new faces that haven't
Yeah.
been familiar with this issue, it might be very timely to come back and just revisit this, because it's a regular issue that we hear from the citizens at every meeting, and it keeps coming, and I
it's a
think
legitimate
important-
concern.
I think it's important for the board to
Yes.
understand what we can do and what we can't, and what role we might be able to play. Patty?
When it comes to this topic, I just know what I see on our lake, but now when I look at, okay, 3 to 4 years between now and anything could be done, what kind of contamination and all that could be done in that space, and where's that line of too late? I mean, it's a very interesting topic. It's a hobby that people do and recreation, and we want that. But if we're contaminating other lakes and they're not following through, and we don't have the capacity to look at every boat as it's coming out and going in, I mean, that's kind of like going in a circle, just making a big problem worse every day. So I would like any update on this topic.
Robin?
So I 100% agree with the conversation that's been going on. And Secretary Little, I think, so for me, it's more than just, I think the ballast issue is a legitimate issue, a very concerning issue for our lakes in terms of water quality. But as a kayaker, it's a very important issue from a safety perspective. For wanting to improve the fishery, it's a really important issue from a lake bed, fishery habitat. I'm not sure if I'm using the right words, but making sure that there's the vegetation, other things needed. So it's really a very broad issue, and I would appreciate, I really appreciate your offering to bring this back, but I would also hope that would include maybe looking at those different categories of impacts that this particular use has to our lake system.
Absolutely, we can
Thank you.
certainly address that.
Other questions or comments? As long as Carol's on, I also recall some previous appearances where your organization offered individual orientations for board members kind of outside of the meeting. You've got some video materials and things that you have presented to various groups that are pretty informative on wake surfing. I'm not promoting that, but I just wanted to point that out, that it's another opportunity for board members to get a look at some of the concerns that we're hearing here at the board. Other questions or comments? Okay, Carol, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of our appearances. I also want to mention that we got 2 letters of public input associated with open forum. They were written documents. Both of them raised concerns about questions that they were interested in that didn't make it through the entire process with the Conservation Congress and aren't showing up on the spring hearings. And they appealed to the board to intervene. I would just like to comment at this point that the Congress is a completely separate statutory body. They operate under their own code of procedures, and the board very much welcomes their input in their advisory role, but we don't have any direct authority over the Congress. We operate in cooperation. So what I'd like to do with those two letters is the board all has seen copies of those, and I would like to refer them back to the Congress through Kari, just to make sure Congress leadership also is aware of some of the concerns that are bubbling up. Okay, thank you, Kari. Okay. Now, if I can find my agenda, we'll get back on track.
Hopefully for a break.
Well, we could. We normally break around 10, but we could take one now.
Well, then we could take all the information items.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too. And just looking what's next on the agenda, we've got a fairly lengthy report on the 23-24 deer seasons with a number of staff presenting. So it's all right with the board. Why don't we take our break now and we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock? Okay, we'll reconvene at 10. Board's on break. Thank you. I got 10 o'clock on my watch, so time to call us back to order. Yeah, a long break went fast. Okay, we're on item 6 on our agenda, information items. 6A is a report of the 2023-24 deer seasons. We have a number of staff presenters. Jamie Adams, Customer and Outreach Services Field Operations Section Manager. Molly Meister, Public Affairs Section Manager, Office of Communications. Casey Krieger, Chief Warden, and Jeff Pritzel, Deer Program Specialist. Okay,
Good morning.
welcome, Jamie.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I am Jamie Adams, the Field Operations Section Manager for Customer and Outreach Services, and I have the pleasure of kicking off our 2023-24 deer season recap. So we'll start out with license sales. We sold approximately through January 7th of 2024, 791,788 total licenses for gun, crossbow, and archery. That's down just below 1% from last year. Of those, 740,219 were resident sales and 51,569 were non-resident sales. We did have sales from all 50 states as well as 27 countries who purchased deer licenses this year. Our top 5 states, other than Wisconsin for sales, were Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, Florida, and Iowa. Our sales modes followed our general trend for all of our licensed sales across online agent and DNR service centers. 66% of them were done online. About 33% were done through our various agents throughout the state, and 1% were purchased from our 13 DNR service centers. A little bit about hunter demographics. Approximately 23% of our new hunters were female this year. That's 9,051 of our 39,844 total new license sales. Our total sales were about 11% female at 87,633. And of our mentored sales, about 25% were female at 4,579. We had 569 license sales for people over the age of 90 who hunted this year. And our oldest male was a ripe 102 years old, and our oldest female was 96 years old for the purchase of those licenses this year.
Jeez.
Yeah, still getting out there. Along with license sales, we have our customer service stats here. Very similar to last year, the week before our 9-day opener is our busiest week of the year. Our customer service staff on that Friday alone, the Friday before opening day, fielded 2,491 calls. 98% of those were answered within 5 minutes with an average answer speed of 19 seconds. Our noon hour is our busiest hour again this year, where we took 256 calls in that hour alone. For the entire week, that Monday the 13th through Friday the 17th, we took 8,265 phone calls, and 96% of those were answered in 5 minutes with an average answer speed of 22 seconds. In there, we also have our email correspondence as well, and then our hotline staff fielded our any of our hotline calls, which PSRP will talk about later. Any questions for me before I kick it over to Molly virtually?
Robin.
So I'm just curious, do you see any shifts in people buying individual species licenses versus the conservation patron license sales?
I don't have those numbers right now, but I could definitely do some digging for you.
I'd be curious at some point, not
Sure.
urgent, but
Yeah, you bet.
Thank
You do that.
Doug?
Thanks, Chair. I assume that call data are all calls, not just deer hunting related calls.
Yes, that is all calls. So we do still field a few questions here and there from regarding other things as well.
Other questions to Jamie? I have one quick one, Jamie. We've had a recent increase in the non-resident licenses, deer licenses, gun deer in particular. Any insight as to the impacts of that? Has it affected sales at all?
I haven't seen any of that yet. We would probably need to look into
Okay.
this year to know that.
I know there's other proposals that are in the works, so just curious on how that's playing out.
Yep, we can definitely look into that for last year and this year upcoming.
Okay, thank you.
Trends. Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Okay, Molly's next. Again, a virtual briefing for the board.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. I'm here today to share some brief highlights of the 2023 deer season from the perspective of the Office of Communications. This season was very similar to past seasons, even though our public information team was at about 50% vacancy for most of it. Because of that, I want to recognize and appreciate our team's hard work in making all of this happen. Starting off with traditional media. Next slide. In 2023, we sent out 24 news releases and held 5 media briefings. In addition to this, the greater DNR team completed 146 media interviews to help us get word out about the season. Although we sent out 22% fewer news releases, we did see a lift in actual media coverage, a 22% increase in views of stories compared to 22 at 11 billion views across 15,328 total media mentions. I'd also like to point out that this media coverage is the equivalent of $143 million had we paid for the same amount of coverage as advertising. This is a new metric we started tracking this year, and we're excited to see how this compares in the future. Next slide. Shifting gears to our social media, during the entire deer season, the DNR published 241 pieces of content across all DNR social media, including Facebook, Nextdoor, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Those posts were viewed over 2.5 million times, which is about the same as 2022. The total number of clicks to the DNR website to access our deer resources was up 51% as compared to 2022, with nearly 110,000 clicks. Additionally, our social media team of 3 people stayed really busy during November, triaging, reading, and responding to over 4,700 comments and direct messages. This was up 15% over 2022, and is great to see that the public uses these platforms to engage with the DNR, get their questions answered, and get excited for the season. Next slide. Lastly, I want to update you briefly on our larger paid R3 efforts. As a reminder from past years, this campaign runs concurrently with a separate hunter safety campaign and happens not only on social media, but as digital ads on websites, billboards, radio ads, and more. This year, our campaign got to a bit of a late start, but our ads were still viewed an estimated 29.2 million times. Those ads also sent nearly 26,000 clicks to our Go Hunting webpage, which was built specifically to get both new and returning hunters to the information they need to be successful during the season. And lastly, the social media aspects of these campaigns appear to be more effective this year than in 2022, with the cost that we paid for every click decreasing by 33% to just less than $1, 96 cents. And for reference, the average cost per click on Facebook ads across all industries in 2023 was $1.72. That wraps things up from the Office of Communications. Happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Thank you, Molly. Are there questions for Molly? Hearing none, we'll move on to Casey Krieger. Thank you, Molly.
Good morning, everybody. Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, members of the Natural Resource Board. My name is Casey Krieger. I'm the Chief Warden and also the Division Administrator for the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. I'm excited to check in with you with some really good news from this past gun deer season. So if you take a look at the slide there, during the 2023 9-day, we had 3 non-fatal accidents and 0 fatal incidents out there, which is just a tremendous report card for us in the division. To give you some perspective, we look back within our program 40 years, and this is the safest season we've had in the last 40 years. If you go back to 1984, We had 55 non-fatal incidents and we had 5 fatals in 1984. So we've come a long way with safety. That's obviously a big hats off to our bureau, our recreational safety bureau, as well as our volunteer hunter safety instructors, the wildlife program, the OC, everybody that pulls on the rope, and first and foremost, our hunters, exercising and educating themselves and looking out for safety out there. So just a tremendous effort and success that all those folks should feel very proud of from the 2023 season. The average age of the 3 incidents that we did have, because we get questions throughout the year, these are, our recent graduates, are they the 12 and 13-year-olds that are out there making mistakes? And the answer is no. Again, this year, out of those 3 incidents, the average age was 50 years old. So one of the things our bureau is doing is looking at ways that we can reconnect with hunters after they've been hunting for 15, 20 years to get them back familiar with safety, as folks start to get a little lax with gun safety and the like. So very neat. And then I had in there also, with regards to public outreach, we added another 458 new volunteer instructors, which obviously carry the mail for us in that program, that education effort across the state. We also had 20,300 new hunter ed graduates, and we offered about 690 courses throughout the year. So obviously a lot of work by a lot of individuals that, again, should be very proud. The next slide that I'll touch on is I want to take an opportunity to talk about how we continue within the agency to work towards hunter recruitment, retention, and reactivation. To give just a little perspective, in 2023, we and our teams across the state volunteers put on 88 learn to hunts. That's in comparison last year, we did about 85, so an increase. The R3 team also put a heavy shoulder into different shooting, scouting, processing, and cooking workshops across the state to try to limit the amount of excuses folks have about not participating, whether it's, I don't know how to, take care of my animal once I harvest it. The local butcher shop isn't taking deer anymore. So we've put a shoulder into educating our folks on how to process those animals so they can use them. And we do that in partnership with our local butcher shops across the state. Speaking of the butcher shop, that was our second year, the butcher shop program. That's the second year that we've done this. This last year, we put on 9 workshops in comparison to 4 last year. We just had a heavy increase in requests from the public to come to these and educate themselves on how to process their own deer. We had folks driving over 2.5, 3 hours away to attend these workshops. So we'll look strategically into the future on how we can place those to meet the need of our residents out there. And then I have in here, I'd like to just comment on the photos. The first photo there, we had an inaugural 4 women by women waterfall hunt this year, conducted in partnership with the Wisconsin Waterfall Association. So it's a picture of that. Second photo is a hands-on experience at one of those processing workshops that we teamed up with Paul's Pantry in Green Bay to host. And the third one is a picture of one of our conservation wardens, Isaac Hackett, that took an individual out and taught them how to hunt over in Sheboygan. So just kind of some neat background on those photos. And then finally on this slide, we did some extra effort in our R3 program. We stood up an R3 committee to make sure we have strong collaboration between not only our warden staff, but the wildlife staff, fisheries, and parks staff to build a better model moving forward. And then we also had, we added a new position that'll oversee all of our shooting ranges in the Wisconsin to coordinate and manage our shooting ranges as those continue to see high levels of activity. And then finally, the R3 program coordinated some new partnerships with Raised at Full Draw, Pheasants Forever, the National Deer Association, and Pass It On as new partners moving forward in the R3 world. My final slide is just kind of our report card from the warden service and staff out there from this last gun deer season. To give a little bit of reference there, the patrol contacts that we had in 2022 during the 9-day gun deer season. So this is during those 9 days. We had 13,600 last year. So we were down just a tick. Yeah, that's 12,000.
We're down just about 5% on patrol contacts, but calls for service were up about 12%. Last year we had about 1,274, and this year we had about 1,428. And then our hotline tips were down just a smidge. I think last year we had 543. So the numbers are really comparable to past years that we've seen out there with our warden staff and interaction with the public. So with that, that's the last slide I had. I'll take any questions if anyone has anything.
Patty?
Yeah.
With the 1,428 calls for service, what's the top call request?
From our wardens, we're hearing baiting continues to pose challenges, both in areas where it's prohibited and where it's allowed, where 2 gallons is allowed. They see excess baiting, and they see a lot more baiting going on properties in counties where they're not supposed to be. So that occupies a lot of their time, both during the 9-day and pre and post season with complaints that come in. So baiting is by and far the number one. From a safety aspect, you just switch over gears to firearms, loaded firearms in the vehicles, or discharging firearms from vehicles is one of the biggest safety concerns that we heard this last year.
Other questions for Casey?
Thank you.
Marcy?
We hear a lot about the concerns on how the department has gone to the call-in registration or electronic registration. What are you hearing from the field as far as compliance and any issues with that from the warden's perspective?
Yeah, great question. That's one of the, if you take like a top 5 of violations, in that top 5, license and or failure to register we had reports, I think about almost every region, maybe 3 of the 4 regions, where wardens saw a slight uptick in the amount of cases that they've made with that. The nuance is during the 9-day, we don't make a ton of those. It's usually made post-season where complaints come in, or we learn about different things that have happened through tips or conversations or postings that are seen. But with the registration system, it does allow our wardens some flexibility to really make a lot of those cases in and around the deer season very quickly. Because in the old days, for instance, if I had a registration or an illegal deer complaint, I had to go actually find the paper stub, figure out where that was. If it got sent to Madison, chase it down to try to get that. Now, registration and information's at our warden's fingertips. So it's kind of one of those double-edged swords that we've gained in some areas with our quickness, our responsiveness, and having that information at hand. The other piece of it is you don't have to attach anything, and you can do it. And a lot of times our wardens don't even see these animals on the road like we used to when we had exposure laws where you had to display your animal and stuff. So it is a concern. We continue to see that. We're monitoring that. We're sharing that information with our wildlife partners. It's something they're astute to in their calculations and looking at long-term. Is this continue to be a problem, or are we seeing a higher prevalence of it? I don't have data available that I can say, from 2019 to 2023, we've seen this increase. It seems like we just kind of go about like this. It's pretty stagnant, but our system doesn't really allow us to pull out. I can't differentiate between failure to tag another species from a deer in our current system. We're standing up a new records management system that we're hoping in the future we'll be able to dissect out some of that information, really pull out specifics with regards to different categories. But right now we don't have a venue to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Casey? Paul?
Well, congratulations on the safe hunting season. But are you confident the new method of teaching hunter safety will continue this track record?
Boy, Paul, I sure hope so. It's something we're staying very astute to. Just coming out of that COVID era where a lot of it was done online. I know specifically Major Dombrowski, who chairs our program there, is very astute to keeping a close eye on this trend going from, in person to during COVID, everything was virtual, and now having the hybrid, it's something that we continue to monitor very carefully. And if we start to see spikes and see trends, we'll react really quickly. But boy, so far so good in what we're seeing. And that's really hats off to a lot of mentors out there, because folks that didn't have that background, that did it virtually, there's obviously folks out there that are helping those folks be successful in the field as well.
Glad to hear that.
Other questions? Deb?
I just want to give you a compliment. I took hunter safety with my 3 sons years ago, in Ozaki County, and I learned a great deal, and it made myself very aware of things that I didn't. My husband's a hunter, and everyone's a hunter, but it was like, you're gonna take that class with the boys, and I did, and know your target and beyond. I still remember all those.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, thank you for your work.
No, thank you. And that's a great point. A lot of folks think that they take this just to hunt. We have a lot of folks, and we encourage folks, if you're around firearms, you live in a state that's there's a lot of recreation with firearms, just to familiarize yourself. We invite folks to come to those courses and experience that and learn about it. Leads to a lot of new hunters, but also leads to people just being educated on firearms. So we certainly ask people, come on in. Our volunteers are anxious to teach their craft.
Other questions? I have one, Casey, before we move on to Jeff. It's kind of a takeoff on what Marcy was asking about. With registrations and tagging and the registration process. Outside of the specific complaints about possible violations or concerns, I'm picking up input from the public that indicates the lack of some of the old visual clues, like a carcass tag or a back tag, or they feel like the system has loosened up. And I know that it's scientifically accurate, within ranges of deviation there. But from a public perspective, they're losing confidence that it accurately represents the total harvest. I don't think there's a lot of data to support that one way or another, but I'm curious, outside of the specific patrol contacts on issues, are the wardens picking up any general themes from the public? Is there something there that is different or unusual? Your staff are the people that are closest to the public during that whole deer season operation. A lot of times they just pick up a lot of things that are going on out there. And I'm curious if you've picked up any concerns about some of that tagging registration stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure, Bill. Folks ask us because especially our tenured hunting folks out there that we're used to not only tagging, like we talked about earlier, displaying the deer, having the tailgate down or visible. So our staff could see them and then roll into a in-person registration station where somebody they're trained up by the department, or the department was there to, make sure everything was on the up and up and register that animal. Obviously, we've traversed away from a lot of that. The good news is we have a lot of very bright wardens out there that adapt and really find new techniques and new ways to get after the folks that need to be held accountable. I think there's pros and cons to each. It's opened up. I know specifically when we talk about our hunter safety classes, the newer generations coming in, they love the electronic registration. They don't want to go drive and take their deer in somewhere. And then you talk to our tenured staff that really miss the camaraderie piece, our tenured hunters that really miss the camaraderie piece of rolling up in the parking lot and talking with other hunters, seeing what other hunters had for success. We still get a lot of that. Our wardens will get contacted, but we miss the old days of this, that, and the other thing. As far as what that's done to deer numbers, I'll leave that to our wildlife partners because I know they monitor that very closely, but I think there's new tools that have come with it that have caused us to be better able to react and investigate. But obviously, when you don't have to expose something, you don't have to take it somewhere, there's a less opportunity for our staff to come across seeing it. I can tell you that I would never stand up here and proclaim that we are successful because of just our wardens. Our wardens rely so heavily on our public. I often got asked, when I was out there, when I checked somebody, they'd say, boy, it seems like there's a warden behind every tree. And I thought after my third year, I started answering that there is. They just don't all wear uniforms. So we really depend on our public to safeguard, watch that, call us, call our staff, and pass along that information. And that's how we get a lot of our work done, is through public participation and cooperation. So on its face, losing some of those tools that we traditionally used can certainly change the way things may appear, but I can tell you our public cooperation and support of our warden staff has never been stronger.
Yeah, and you've done a great job of communicating that and describing it better than I could. But the question I have was really to the point of those people in the public that were wanting to help. And some of the old visual clues that they had to determine that something wasn't right. The carcass tags aren't there anymore. They haven't got back tags to identify somebody that looks suspicious, and they're missing that. I don't know if it's just a surge of the population demographics wishing for the old days, the baby boomers, you know, that are slowly aging out, or if there's some substance to it. So I'm just curious, you know, from your perspective, if some of those losses have limited how much help the public can give with the enforcement of deer season.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that if there's a requirement and somebody can visually see it, that helps you. So even in the days of back tags, I know when we went away from back tags in Wisconsin, that was a huge concern for our landowners out there, that's a way they could identify somebody potentially trespassing on their property. Or if they saw some poaching going on, they could, you know, get that and report that in. And when that stuff goes away, it does change things. There's opportunities that aren't there that you know, traditionally were, and that's where we pivot and find new opportunities. What are new ways that we can do to make sure we're out there checking compliance in those areas? So anytime there's a visual piece, it does help, undoubtedly, but I'm very confident in our staff's ability to make sure folks are staying in compliance.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Casey?
Just to comment that maybe the visual now is the one that brags on Facebook, and other people see it, and it's not the one that or it's the second deer or whatever that it's interesting how the policing goes on in the neighborhood chats.
Yeah, technology has definitely changed things. And like I said, there's a lot of pros with that. And especially our younger wardens coming in, the tools that they bring with them and the innovation on how we used to check for compliance and how they check for compliance. Holy cats, I couldn't keep up with them anymore. So part of me is getting out of the old way of thinking too, and let them kind of pave the road moving forward.
Yeah, and trail cameras too. I mean, the trespassing issues, good God, the public shaming. Don't step over the line.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions for Casey? Thank you. Yep. Jeff Pritzel. Welcome, Jeff.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Smith and Deputy Secretary Little and members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Jeff Pritzel. I am the State Deer Program Specialist, and I will bring this presentation hopefully to a landing by going over a review of how the season played out from a harvest standpoint. In 2023, we had one county that was what we refer to as a bucks-only county. Technically, there is some limited antlerless harvest, but it was one county that did not have an antlerless quota established in Iron County in the Northern Forest. And in the farmland zones, we had 39 counties that participated in the holiday hunt, and 31 of those counties also the January extension of the archery season. And that represents a new high water mark in participation, as we've been seeing over the years, a slow trend of more acceptance, comfort, and utilization of that harvest opportunity in the farmland zones. This table breaks down our harvest by the different seasons. I'll point out first that this table also appeared in the green sheet, and unfortunately there was one typo where in this statewide total, the 11.5% decline was missing the minus mark, and it was correct all the way across, and I think it was pretty obvious that was a negative 11.5%. But what we see here when we look at the different seasons is that certainly, you know, we know the 2023 harvest was down, but we see how much the 9-day gun season alone influenced that. Of course, that's still our biggest piece of the pie, and that's where the biggest drop occurred across the state, 14%. And then the December 4-day antlerless kind of followed suit with that, with a 15% drop. The archery seasons and other seasons, not so much, a little bit off from the previous year, but really the drop in numbers we saw were driven by the experiences we had during the 9-day gun season. We like to always do a check-in. We've been running a deer donation program for many, many years. It's a wonderful program and an opportunity for hunters to share the harvest. But as we've been tracking over recent years, for a number of reasons, the participation in this has unfortunately been diminishing or declining a little bit. It does make sense that, again, with the downturn in harvest last year, specifically with the antlerless harvest, which probably generates most of the deer donation, we did see a decline. We had 907 deer donated in the program, which was a 23% drop from the previous year. And we had 53 cooperators across the state, which has also been slowly dropping. Unfortunately, of course, that's less than one processor per county. And in response to that, in a few places in the state, we've seen some grassroots efforts to try to address that, specifically in Marquette and Green Lake County, in cooperation between the CDAC, the conservation clubs, and the department. They've been running a program for a number of years where they place a refrigerated semi-trailer for drop-off. So it is convenient because there's not a donation processor close by, and then those deer are transported, collectively over. And so, compliments to that group. There's been some other local initiatives where counties have picked it up themselves and tried to incentivize that by either offering entry into a local, drawing for a gift card or something like that. And this year, the Coulee Country chapter of the National Deer Association piloted a program that we've been talking about for a number of years that we kind of explored. We kind of tagged the term Venison Connection, which was just an online match opportunity or using email to, again, address or recognize that it's not always possible to conveniently work with a commercial processor. And this was an attempt to just connect people that would appreciate venison to people that have venison to share. And so we'll be continuing to work with them. Again, compliments to them for trying to pilot that and look for ways that it could be improved and hopefully scaled up in the future. So a lot of interest and recognition of trying to make that a win-win for people. A quick note on CWD as it related to the deer season. You'll get another more comprehensive report in April if that stays on the agenda, as we have in past years with the specifics. But in as much as we had a decline in overall deer harvest, CWD sample contribution actually still held pretty steady. And so we were still right around 17,000 samples across the state. The 1,556 positives does represent a slight increase from last year. So relative to a similar number of samples, there's a few more. We were just below 1,500 last year, I believe. We try to make it as convenient as possible for hunters by offering 237 sampling locations, including self-service kiosks, some of them adopted, again, by local grassroots support, so that people can contribute their deer for a sample during the season. And also the safe disposal options of dumpsters across the state has blossomed in recent years. And with 155 across the state, over half of those being adopted by local organizations, and many of them participating in a cost share program that we offer to have expanded that program over recent years. So to put that harvest in a perspective of the four zones in the state, the map on the left breaks down the 2023 harvest. And in parentheses, we compare that to not just 2022, because we get this more extreme shift because 2022 was such a relatively good harvest year that 23 pales in comparison. But when you look at it against the 5-year average, that just kind of smooths that out a little bit. But what it does point out here is that the area of the state that really, quote unquote, underperformed in 2023 was the northern forest zone, where their harvests were, 18% below the 5-year average for bucks and even more so for antlerless deer. Whereas the rest of the state was much closer to the 5-year average, and actually the southern farmlands buck harvest exceeded the 5-year average. The line graph on the right we share every year because we've been tracking due to the interest in how we've seen a shift in hunting effort away from the 9-day gun season towards archery hunting, both with, vertical bow and crossbow. But the takeaway from this graph is that this trend has started decades ago, and it's been a relatively steady shift over time. And we've kind of continue on that line to today. It got a little more volatile the last couple of years with, I think, a few things, some curveballs thrown in between the early years of COVID and the influence there in participation. But in general, if you've just followed that line of how we're seeing somewhat of a shift from the 9-day gun season to archery hunting, and this follows along with the fact that we know that over half of our deer hunters now in Wisconsin are archers, as well as participating in the firearms season. And then finally, in response to some of the comments you brought up last month, Chair Smith, in terms of let's take some time now to do a little bit deeper dive into the northern forest and what happened in 2023 and how we're tracking that, and then how we might respond to that and share information. So one of the things obviously that we heard was that the experience in terms of deer sightings was down last year. And we can capture that in a number of different ways. When hunters are successful and do register a deer, we ask them how many hours they hunted that day and how many deer they saw. And so that's been a standardized thing we've done for a long time. So of course, this is just a subset of the hunting community because they registered a deer. And so you'd think in general, their experience might be better than those that didn't register a deer, but it's still a standardized thing we can track over time. And indeed, deer seen per hour of effort last fall in the northern forest by those that were successfully and registered a deer was down relative to, we just looked at the last 4 years and averaged that. And so we created this just to show that. And I'd like to compliment Jess Reese-Lohr, who's running our harvest data and surveys work, that she kind of did an early dive and pulled some of this information for me ahead of time so that we could present it today. This is information we will share with the CDACs in the coming months. But by being able to do this, we looked at what had been the average deer seen per hour of effort for the past 4 or 5 years, and then what did 2023 look like? And it was down 11% across the zone. But what this map shows is it wasn't consistently, down across. Now, the interesting part of this is if you look at the harvest in the northern forest zone in 2023, it was kind of consistently down across the north, whether it was the northwest, the further affected by winter severity index, or the northeast. But when we look at what the hunters were telling us in terms of deer seen per hour of effort, what this map shows is that in that southeast part of the northern forest zone, it really wasn't that much different than previous years. The blue shaded counties fell right into that 11% drop. And then it's the darker, the orange shaded counties. Those are the counties that we saw the biggest drops. And there is some correlation there. There's some outliers, Florence County on the east side and Bayfield maybe on the west side. But in general, the further north and west you go, that experience was even more extreme in those cases. I think Sawyer County actually saw the biggest drop in about 30%. So we can capture that and track that over time. But here's another thing I wanted to share, and again, we share this with the CDEX because one of the things we're hearing in the narrative is that there's this chicken and egg argument of is the hunting experience declining because the opportunity is declining, or is the effort declining and then driving harvest numbers independent of what the deer population fluctuations are. So this data is derived from our mail survey that we send out to 10,000 hunters after every season. And one of the things we ask them and can capture is days of effort. How many days during the 9-day gun season, for example, did you hunt and where? And the data sample sizes are too small to draw conclusions at the county level. But when we pool it by the zone, we can look at the northern forest zone here. And this is days of hunter effort estimated for the northern forest zone. And the point to be made here is that those days of effort started declining in the late 1990s and have been declining relatively steadily, independent of the ups and downs of opportunity and what we've seen in deer season. So that suggests a cultural shift that really, as we look forward to have a discussion that says, well, if we do this and this, or things change in the north as it relates to opportunity, we will expect a comparative, change in effort. This would suggest that there's other drivers there. And we just need to be aware of that in terms of our expectations, and that this is a combination of several things. One is this is not just people not hunting anymore. That's part of it, but it's a shift away from the gun season into archery hunting. It's a shift from hunting in the north to hunting in the farmland. And it is representing a loss of some hunters, as we talked about last month, and I'll share in the next slide, that indeed the baby boomer generation is slowly aging out of deer hunting. And that generation really emphasized, when they came into deer hunting, going up north was deer hunting. And that has simply changed over time. And this is a graph that just kind of visually expresses that. And it ties to the conversation we had last month as it relates to license sale trends. And this is just visually capturing the age demographic of our hunting population over the last almost 20 years. And it's simply a way of showing what it looks like to lose 100,000 deer hunters in the state over time. And what you're really seeing is on both ends of the age demographics, that wave, that spike of the baby boomer generation that has carried us for so long is inevitably, just fading as time goes on. But we also see that the drop on the youth side of this as well. And so it simply comes down to being realistic about forecasting where we've been and where we're going and what our expectations should be going forward in terms of these trends in participation. We produced this last year, kind of inspired by talking to some of our states to the east of us that were doing the same thing. And we were looking to Pennsylvania, Virginia, some of these eastern states, and they were sharing this with us. And we said, wow, we should take a look at this ourselves. And this is what we saw. And this is, again, it's a phenomenon that's happening across not only the Midwest, but throughout the North America and especially in whitetail country in the eastern half of the continent. So taking a little closer look, again, because one of the things we brought up is this cause and effect and connection to, well, what is the action that we can take to proactively look to the future, and what have we been doing and what our expectations have been in terms of our system is based on antlerless deer permit allocation in terms of our prescriptive management tool. And so there's been a lot of attention over the last couple of years about different trajectories or strategies that some counties have taken. And I'm going to share just specifically Bayfield and Douglas County for this because they're right next to each other. They're very similar in size. They're very similar in their ratios of public land to private land. And so to look at it, and they took different approaches in terms of their antlerless permit allocations, which then created different antlerless harvests in terms of density, which is what are the line graphs on the left are the antlerless harvest over the past number of years. And what you see there is how Bayfield County was harvesting more antlerless deer relative to Douglas County. But then look on the right side, which is their buck harvest trends, and they're virtually identical. And so that's just interesting to see, and again, shape our expectations about future cause and effect of, if we, as we reduce antlerless harvest with an expectation that it's going to influence the trajectory of future, buck harvest, that direct connection may not be there. And again, there's multiple things playing at this, and that's where we want to make this a rather simple, do this and then this will happen. But this helps inform the discussion that, as we just talked about, there's multiple drivers that are influencing our buck harvest trends, which tend to be, we look at that as our barometer. And that buck harvest trend isn't as closely connected to deer population trends as it used to be. And finally, because it was brought up, the challenge, and that last set of slides, I maybe should have left it there, the challenge that presents the CDAC is that one reason that those two counties may look very, very similar in their buck harvest with different antlerless harvests is the shape of the management units kind of wash out the variation within the counties. And again, that was brought up last month, that's a challenge that the CDACs have been dealing with. And there's been a lot of dialogue over the past number of years that that's part of the challenge of the units being laid out in a county-like fashion. So I brought this slide in to show, because for some people, it's been 10 years now. This is what the deer management units used to look like in the northern forest, where the boundaries were based on roads and rivers in an attempt to capture areas that function more uniformly in terms of both deer productivity and hunter behavior and hunter densities and harvest, compared to our units that we have now and we've been working with for over a decade. And then the other thing you had brought up was the issue of registration and compliance. And I'm glad you brought that up with Chief Ward and Krieger. So I'll leave it at that, but I'd be happy to address any further follow-up questions with that. And with that, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. One more. I just want to do a quick wrap up because this has been a long presentation. Again, license sales were down less than 1% last year. And relative to past history and relative to Midwest and national trends, that's actually relatively good news. Again, in acknowledging last year, we had a high winter severity index in the northwest part of the state, and it actually didn't affect just the northwest or northern forest zone, but a few of the counties south of there, like St. Croix County and Polk County, also saw some losses in their deer population. Again, as was pointed out, one of the safest in the last 40 years, which is great news. Our CWD sampling stayed similar to last year. Our turnaround time for test results did improve. That was good news. And we did have a slight increase in the number of positives relative to that sample size. And then finally, as I was trying to share at the end there, because of hunter selectivity, hunter number trends, we have to be a little more, I guess, objective in how we try to translate our harvest data into what it means in terms of population data, because there's other deer population data, because there's these other drivers that are working behind the scenes that we need to talk more about going forward. Now we're ready for questions.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff? Robin, go ahead. Doug, you're next.
That's a really cool graphic of the age shift, but it went all the way to 2-year-olds. So I'm just curious.
Sure.
But they don't, oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So,
If putting that together, and that's credit to our Office of Applied Science and specifically Adam Moore, who works with our deer program. He put that together for us last year, and Adam and Dan Storm, our lead deer researcher, have actually shifted some of their research effort into forecasting the future of hunter participation, because that plays very heavily into what we can expect for future harvest capacity and hunter behavior. But anyhow, so they put that together, and what it captures, if you watch it play over and over, is it captured the years where our minimum hunter age was 12 years old. Then it was reduced to 10 years old, and you'll see that. And then they dropped it altogether. And that's following national trends. I mean, a lot of the states didn't have a minimum age. So then you see that little spur kick out into the youngsters. And that I've talked to family members of hunters that simply wanted to say, I want to set my child up so that they can say they've had a deer hunting license every year of their life, for the novelty of that. Now, then there's others that will say, well, it does introduce the suspicion of, well, is somebody buying a license for someone of that age to have an extra license? And then, as was shared earlier with the efficiencies of how we can track the hunter behavior, I mean, that's, again, people want to kind of create those kind of suspicions. But I have talked to numerous people that said, I just want my hopefully future hunter to be able to say, I've had a hunting license, from day one. And it amounts to a contribution to the conservation fund. Some people, as people buy duck stamps with no intention of waterfowl hunting, they may find that as a $24 donation to a conservation effort.
Now it needs to go out to 102 though.
Yeah.
Right.
Doug, you were next.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jeff. So in CWD counties, are the numbers down as far as hunter participation in them counties? Is it driving participation?
So thanks for that question, because it brings up 2 points. One of the things we don't have at the moment that I think we recognize we need to reinvest in is capturing hunter effort in terms of total effort and be able to do it in a way that we can kind of narrow it down to a deer management unit. Years ago, we used to be able to do that because that mail survey I referenced earlier was specific to the gun season. Most years, we would sprinkle in archery effort every 4th year, but in the years when it was just the gun season, that allowed us to actually generate a deer hunter per square mile number for at least for opening weekend. And we don't have that ability right now. And we'd like to get back to doing something like that so we could answer and track how is hunter effort shifting in a more precise way. Now, if we just look at the harvest data, both in terms of numbers and then even the age composition of the harvest, like in the core CWD area, we certainly see a shift in buck harvest age going up and antlerless harvest in general declining at a faster rate than you would expect in others. And so that anecdotally tells me you're seeing a bit of a shift in those areas away from hunting for venison, but still, I still like to hunt, but I'm going to be more of just, I'm in it for the experience of a memory of a really unique animal. And so hunting for venison, unfortunately, would seem to be shifting off. Now, so we address that again through making sampling as convenient and quick as possible so that people do still feel comfortable that they can harvest a deer, get it sampled, and then make their personal decision on consumption afterwards.
All right, then one more, Chair.
Go ahead.
So on the deer seen per hour of effort, you gave us the numbers just on a 9-day, right?
Correct.
So do we have numbers for the archery hunters? Obviously, it's gonna be a
Yes.
much longer time frame, but
Right, yeah, and because of the special request I made, it was easy to just pull it in because that 9-day experience is really what's been the focus this year. That's what I requested, but we do get it for the entire season. That's what we'll be providing the CDACs. And then we also get another independent version of that, because as I mentioned, that's only from the hunters that got a deer or registered a deer. And so you'd think it's biased towards, a better experience. So how about all those hunters that didn't get a deer? They also have the opportunity to participate in what we call the Deer Hunter Wildlife Survey. And we promote that every year. And then a hunter throughout their entire season can provide that same information. I hunted this day, I hunted this many hours in this location, this is how many deer I saw. And so we provide both of those separately to the CDACs.
yeah, that'd be interesting numbers to see compared to the 9-day.
Yep.
Thank you.
Paul. In the uprising in the north that we've had with hunters, the anecdote is predation by wolves has contributed to this downward trend. What is your evaluation and what is your solution?
Everybody in the room get a little bit anxious, but I appreciate the question. And so I'll start by saying, I think we do owe the hunters of the North more of an investment in outreach and communication and sharing of information. We feel like we've been doing it forever and for decades with maybe little to no effect. And so maybe we need to re-examine how we go about doing that in a way that is consumable. But there is information, there's data out there. We are, certainly feel, beholden to being a, science-based decision-driven product, but we also have to acknowledge, our customers and the perceptions that are out there. I will say that, and we talked about this back in December, what's interesting about this reaction to the harvest in 2023 is that it really isn't any different than the harvest we had in 2019. Even matter of fact, our buck harvest was a little better than it was in 2019. And if you looked at the same harvest statistics back over the history of deer hunting in the North, where we killed about that many deer, you do have to go back to the 1980s because we had this rise and fall through the 90s and the early 2000s, which is what is shaping a lot of people's perspective. Understandably, they want to get back to that. But if we go back to the 1980s, we were killing about the same number of deer up north as we did this past year, with tens of thousands of more people up there. And so it's about perspective. And so, but when I think about what we experienced this year versus 2019, why the different reaction this time? I think it's a combination of it's not just about 2023. It is this perception of, it's symptomatic of what we've been seeing for the last decade or so, and then trying to assign why this has been the case and what can we do to get back to where we were. And of course, we look for a simple answer. We want to have one thing that if you know, this is the only thing that's changed over the last 20 years. And if we change this back, everything will go back. And I think the narrative, the dialogue, all of the effort we all put into this, the wolf issue over the last 2 years, probably shaped some of the attitude that when it happened this year, again, it was even a stronger reaction of, see, this is just reinforcing that we're where we're at. And so I do think, as we shared a little bit here tonight, or this afternoon, well, this morning, I'm pushing the day along, aren't I? We do need to somehow come up with a way to package this information in a way that people can, because what I want for the northern forest hunter is to have a realistic expectation for the future so that they can enjoy and look forward to their experience. And it would be disingenuous for me to stand here and say, oh yeah, if we just did this, we can get it back to the way it was. It's much more complicated than that, but we need to have those discussions about what those drivers are, how we've gotten to where we are, and what we can expect, 5-10 years from now, honestly, so that it does require some degree of a reset.
Other questions? Marcy?
Just a bit of a follow-up on that. I'm not sure that we would want it to be said that we don't think there's predators having an impact on the population.
Yes, thank you.
The predators play a role, as does the aging forest, the winter severity, all of those things come together.
Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity to point that out, because indeed that is, again, I made that comparison to how things are now versus the 1980s. That's a huge difference from where we were in the 1980s in terms of the role and the contribution that they have. And if we look at really what it comes down to is resource allocation. And if you put it in a pie and pieces of the pie and what part of that pie do we get, and the part of that pie that is now allotted to or consumed by natural predation, that piece of the pie has certainly grown over time. And so we do have to take that into consideration, and we're aware of that. And again, what I was going at is then talking, about in an informed way about what changing that might do to our future and what our expectations should be, if and when we could, adjust that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
So I've got a couple if I can.
Go ahead.
On the CWD operations slide, the county deer advisory committees, for Deb's benefit or anyone who hates acronyms, CDAC was one of my hardest to get used to hearing. It was the county level. Iron County went with antlerless, no antlerless permits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How would we assess specific to Iron County? Because the deer don't read the county lines between Ashland and Iron and Vilas. How would we assess what kind of impact that would have on a county like that?
Sure. So that's the work that our Office of Applied Science folks are doing right now and wrapping up so that we can inform the CDACs this as we go into the spring, that here's what happened last year. And one of the things that we do with the harvest and looking at that antlerless harvest is put it in proportion to the crop of the population of deer that was alive prior to the season. And then when we remove this many during the hunting season, how did that influence then what's left and then what that growth potential is going to be? And so we can factor that into, what the deer the post-hunt population is going to be. And yeah, in Iron County, that there's a couple hundred antlerless deer that, were not taken out of that system, and then but proportionally put that into what it's, looks like in the future. The reality is, in Iron County, we are talking about the lowest deer density and the lowest hunter density probably in the state. And so that influence is not going to be substantial, in any one year. One of the things that is interesting about the strategy Iron took when we look and compare the buck harvest For example, like, and that's one of the things I've been doing more in the last couple of years is sharing with counties what's happening in the neighboring counties to help inform their decisions. So it's interesting that in Ashland County, which is probably the most similar one to Iron County, which chose to maintain their antlerless harvest where it was last year, which is again, relatively small, just hundreds of deer. The change in buck harvest between those two counties this year was very noticeable in that Ashland County's, buck harvest returned back to about where it was in 2019, down here. But in Ashland County, it was considerably even lower than it was in 2019. So that informs us that when you remove antlerless permits from the system, it actually influences overall hunter effort, which influences the buck harvest because they're just spending fewer hours in the woods. And so it can kind of put a drag on the system, overall. And so you have to take that into consideration as well. And again, their intention was to, take that break because of the winter they had experienced and maximize the number of animals they could move through to the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then just briefly, the impacts of storms, again, in kind of those drill down areas, like the one I'm familiar with over in O'Connell that had the severe storm that took down a lot of trees, made hunting difficult. I think you had a similar experience in your area. Again, how do we encapsulate what impact that had? Because in some ways, it's making it much better for the deer. They have new browse and some other things, but it makes it tougher for the hunter. Do we have, staff on the ground checking that or checking, the Snapshot Wisconsin or how are we assessing just seeing some of those impacts and how long it takes for recovery?
Yeah, so the short answer is that no, we don't do a lot of the investment in that on the ground. We do it by mining the data that we're getting from the harvests and tracking that year after year after year. And the bottom line population modeling strategy that we do to kind of describe these management units is every year we're taking a pre-hunt population estimate and a post-hunt population estimate. And because we're taking measurements at those 2 points every year, over time, what that does is it gives you a measure of what the growth rate of that deer herd is in that unit, because as that post-hunt population turns into a pre-hunt population, if that's getting bigger, that's just because the deer herd got more productive. So in the example that you provide, like with O'Connell County, prior to that big storm effect, O'Connell County was one of those very low, northern O'Connell County, one of the lowest harvest density counties. And for a number of years, even after the storm, it still kind of held that position. And now more recently, they've actually, seen, an increase there. And it ties into, and it makes sense that it to the degree that area has now shifted towards more opportunity, the harvest is going up, and then that's telling us that these pre and post hunt population changes, and especially the post-hunt population to the pre-hunt, the growth rate is actually improved.
Okay. Thank you. And now back to my CWD priorities. Is it just those northern counties that do allow baiting because they haven't had a CWD positive? Bayfield, Ashland, Iron. How many counties do we have that allow baiting?
The exact number at the moment, I'd have to go back and look, but there's also there's that area, but there's also a small area in northeast or eastern Wisconsin, the Door Peninsula. So Dorkeewani and Manitowoc right now from the state perspective, allow baiting and feeding.
Okay, so have what we heard from the previous research, and I understand we'll have another update this spring, on the emphasis of getting at those kind of new detections and putting more efforts into testing in those areas.
So
on the outliers.
So yeah, I mean, every year we have a CWD operations team and a policy team that kind of makes the strategy for the next fall based on what we've experienced the last couple of years, what we know are the highest needs, and then the realities of the logistics. And they make a plan every year. And again, we're blessed with having another group of people that are really invested in that. And to be honest, I participate and I listen for my awareness. But I kind of watch and let them make that call. And that, again, that's revisited annually, depending on how the landscape has changed. I mean, now the last couple of years, we've added 4 new counties, almost, it's either 3 or 4 this past year
Right,
again, but
right.
that's been a trend now for a number of years.
Yeah.
So that helps shape, all right, where's our strategy for the coming fall?
Exactly. And the other thing, and I'll wrap up, is the, down in our area, so Vernon County and Southwest, I mean, we have people that are getting detections of 50% of their deer harvested off their farm are testing positive, 30%, 50%. So I think what my concern is that we continue to kind of have this message that we only expect it in aged deer or the really big buck that's already getting towards the end of their life. And these people are testing in 1-year-olds. And, whether it's a doe or a buck, it's the tests are getting just so prevalent, and that kind of attention of awareness and education so that we know. And, we won't get into the debate of whether there's a cure or whatever, but the monitoring made national news again. I think they call it zombie deer out east. Zombie deer disease. Did you see that in USA Today? Good grief. But the, just that awareness that if it does ever get ready to jump, or when it does jump, that we're all going to be looked at as, how come we didn't know, or how come we don't have a better answer for that? And it's unfortunate that the rapid tests don't seem to be panning out. I'm really happy to see that the turnaround time improved a great deal, but I still think we just have to keep on that awareness that this is significant and we've got to attack it.
Right. And one of the things I think about now, having been around long enough, is that hopefully it would give us a sense of trusting the experts in as much as what they were telling us 20 years ago in this category, and as it relates to what we were just talking about earlier with deer population, hunter number trends. This was all forecasted decades ago, and it's all playing out pretty much exactly not exactly, but it's pretty much playing out as forecasted. And so that should give us some confidence that what they were doing at the time, they knew what they were doing. And so we should use that to inform our decisions and our expectations going forward.
I hope we will. And I look forward to the report in the spring on any updates.
Any more questions for Jeff? I have a couple. We've heard a lot about the deer season in the north, and I would caution one thing, just based on attending a couple meetings, reading press accounts, talking to people that are in the network of deer conversations. There were specific areas in the north that were hit the hardest. And the intensity of the public reaction and the comments to me were very much overlaid with the highest impact of the winter severity index. In my home county in Washburn County, the northern part of the county lies up into that bigger public forest northern zone. And the southern part is really mixed ag with a much larger deer herd right within the county. And the snowfall in that county, the winter severity was much greater to the north. And there was an outcry from the northern part of the county. The people were hunting the egg country down south. There was some changes in harvest, but it was a very viable season, and the intensity of the public reaction just wasn't there. I saw that in a couple of the meetings that were held. I attended one of them in Woodruff. There was another in Seoul, and they were both heavily attended, very emotional, very strong reactions. They held other meetings. One was in Barron County, which is in the northern forest zone. Barron County meeting was very lightly attended. The emotions were down to the table. There was just a little bit of conversation and that was it. It didn't even begin to resemble the same reaction. It told me that it isn't an issue that, you know, if it's broadly spread across the northern zone, that's going to smooth out some of the differences. And I think the important thing is that we acknowledge that there are localized impacts up there, that northern tier across Lake Superior, and some of those counties that got hit the hardest with the winter severity. There was a very significant reduction in harvest and sighting, some of them as high as 30%.
Right.
And that's a big deal. And I think we just need to be receptive and have a system that's flexible enough to hear from those people and give them the tools to be able to influence hunting in their areas and adapt to that. And I think solutions that are focused on the northern zone are maybe have good intentions, but I think they're going to sweep in some counties that haven't had that same experience. They've got deer herds that are healthy and growing, and they maybe need a different approach. So my question is our system flexible enough at the local level that our CDACs can take into account what's happening there and be able to make changes and to suggest changes that the department's going to be able to react to?
I would say honestly, right now, Chair Smith, that it's not, in as much as it puts that CDAC, again, an example, let's use Price County or Vilas or several counties as an example, that it puts that us and the CDAC in the unenviable position of recognizing exactly what you said. We're not doubting that the folks in northern Price County or Sawyer County in a portion that this very patchiness of it, that they're not making, I empathize with the fact that they're feeling in a tough spot. And so then the normal reaction is, all right, well, we are going to go forward with a strategy that is going to take that in priority consideration, which means the other parts of the county where it wasn't an issue, they lose out on opportunity because we have to suppress it across the county. And so we have folks on both sides of this that are saying, yeah, we want to do this differently so that we can be more prescriptive and say, because I want to turn down antlerless harvest over here. And I'd be fine with them having it over there. But the way it's set up right now, if we want to create that priority to say, yes, we're going to do this on behalf of the poorer performing areas of the county, that means the rest of the county, you're just going to have to, go along with it, and we're going to suppress opportunity. And again, we've got 10 years of data that kind of demonstrates that suppressing that opportunity doesn't create the cause and effect in and of itself that is going to be in and of itself the path forward for a better future. And in the meantime, you suppress opportunity. And we have that other discussion about, we know we're losing hunter effort up there. And the intention would be, let's do this, things will get better and we'll recover that hunter effort. But you could end up with the opposite effect of disincentivizing, at least for the short term, and then hoping, that they'll come back.
You did a great job earlier in your presentation about communicating the importance of giving the public good and complete information, good scientific basis to understand what's going on, and to try and minimize the opportunity that things are going to be swayed by a knee-jerk anecdotal reaction from a group of people. And I think if we can follow that approach and give them good data and give them the flexibility to use that locally, they're going to do the best they can, and they deserve our strong support. So I appreciate that. I really appreciate the extra effort on the north. And the last question I have is for people. One of the messages I got very strongly is people had things to say, they had feelings, they wanted to talk to somebody, they wanted to feel heard. And at the time they weren't feeling heard. What is your advice to the people in the best way they can get involved and influence deer management in their backyard?
Sure. Thanks for recognizing that. And we do as well. And that's my first thought goes to our County Deer Advisory Council meetings, the CDAC meetings. And that is what the councils were established for. And I can guarantee this year, as we go into those meetings, the conversation is going to be a little bit different to acknowledge what we've been hearing over the past year. or past number of months. And as I've said in other years, we've always been somewhat frustrated that public attendance at the CDAC meetings has been poor. And I always walk away from those meetings going, gosh, too bad there wasn't more people there to have taken that in and heard that exchange. But part of the reason that the attendance, I think, has been poor is, and this has been pointed out by one of our strongest critics, is that there's so much focus on the antlerless permit allocation as the basis of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And the general presumption is people are like, well, they're going to do whatever they want, or they're not going to do it the way I want, so why bother? When in reality, there's much more engaging and interesting conversations perhaps to have about, as we were talking about earlier, the why and why are antlerless permit allocations maybe not having the prescriptive effect that they once did, and talk about these. Let's take the time to talk about predator-prey relationships, talk about timber harvest trends over time and how that's influencing habitat, talk about core winter habitat that's missing on the landscape. Those type that would help give people a basis to at least feel like, all right, I kind of get it now. This is what has got us to where we are. And so at the CDAC meetings, I look forward to the chance to bring more of that kind of conversation. And we only get a couple hours, but we've been talking about, can we be more efficient about how we talk about the permit levels to make capacity to talk about some of these other topics that are of high interest to people.
My concern is that our deer season be managed well and have a very solid scientific base to what we're doing. And be well bounded by legal framework. But there's a third piece there that is also important. We can't lose sight of that, and that's to ensure there is a social balance to what we're doing scientifically and legally, and that we've got support and acceptance from the public in general. That doesn't mean that the loud voices carry the day, but we got to keep our ear open to that. And I would encourage that kind of decision-making to hit the right balance between scientific support, legal framework, and social acceptance.
Yeah, those loud voices, it's coming from their heart. It's the intention, and we totally appreciate that.
Yeah.
And they want, so much to preserve what is important to them for the future generations. And that's coming from a good place.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I bring a good report on the winter of 24. The only winter severity out there is the acorns falling on people's heads. There isn't much else going on. There's no snow, there's no ice, and it's going to be interesting to see how deer react to this.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, any further questions of Jeff? I'd like to say a very big thank you to everybody that participated in this analysis and very comprehensive report on deer season. You put a lot of work into it. It's important. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
Next item on our agenda is 6B, the wolf rule update. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. So as Bill mentioned, I'm Scott Carroll, the Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist, and we are transitioning from deer to wolves. So as the board may remember, in October, the board approved not only the wolf management plan, but a rule that was related to the wolf management plan. Now, from the management plan's perspective, everything's complete. It has been presented to the public. I believe the board has copies as well. So the management plan part of this is done, but the rule still has some things to go through. So as I'll share. Oops. There we go. Thank you. So the rule still needs some different levels of review before it is considered complete. So first up after the board review is the rule has to be approved by the governor, and the governor did approve the rule on November 8th. Then after governor review, it goes through a couple levels of legislative review. So the first step is it goes to the standing committees in both the Assembly and the Senate. So it was referred to both the Sporting Heritage Committees in both houses. And typically these committees have 30 days to review the rule, but they can extend their review by another 30 days if they do a couple steps. They can either request a meeting with the department, or they can hold a public hearing on the rule. And both houses, or both the Senate and the Assembly individually did each of those two steps. So we met with the chair of the Assembly we had a committee hearing on the Senate Sporting Heritage Committee on December 19th. I attended that hearing and provided input or response from the department for informational purposes on the rule. And then we met with the chair of the Assembly Sporting Heritage Committee on January 11th. So those two steps extended their review out for a total of 60 days. Now, at the end of their review, the Senate sent us a letter requesting modifications of the rule. The letter did not state specifically what requests they would like. They just wanted us to consider modifications. So we responded, we would consider to the committee that we would consider modifications. And we reached out to them to try to sit down and talk about what those modifications might be. That happened at the end of January. We have not heard back, or we've not been able to meet with the Senate committee or the chair of the Senate committee about any specific requests, but we're still waiting. I know it's been really busy the last couple of weeks with floor sessions, so we're still waiting to hear back about what specific requests they might want to change to the rule. Now, I think it's important to remember that if the department would agree to modify the rule would have to be brought back forward to the board to vote on, because you did approve the rule and the board approves any rule changes. So that would be considered a change to the rule. And then we would have to bring any modification back to this body for approval or rejection or anything like that. So as of right now, we're in kind of a waiting period with the rule. And if you don't hear back from us, it means we didn't change the rule, but if we are going to change something, you'll see something at a later date. So before I kick it off to Eric for the second half of the presentation, do you have any questions about the rule part of the presentation?
Any questions for Scott? Robin?
So just, can you clarify, is there a timeline, like, can this drag out forever? Is there a deadline by which there aren't
Sure.
Isn't there like
It's a good question. The statute regarding this doesn't set a clock on like how long we have. So for instance, like the 30 and 60-day review periods, there isn't anything that says we have like X amount of time to get a revision done, or for the Senate or the committee to send a revision back to us. But the ball's essentially in our court, right? So we get to decide whether or not we want to modify the rule or not. And so it's not something that can be postponed indefinitely outside of our control. So if, for instance, we don't hear back, or we for an extended period of time, we can just decide we've decided not to amend the rule, and then it would just go to the next step. So it's not but if we're working on it between ourselves and the Senate, it might take some time. So we may want to like have a back and forth, and then obviously we would have to bring it to the board too. So there's kind of some things that would cause it to be, we'd want to have some extra time simply because we do have to bring it back for the board for action. So if we were up against a hard deadline, it might be kind of difficult, but in terms of how long we would wait, that's not been decided, but we do recognize that they are pretty busy across the street at this time. So.
Thank you.
Other questions? Marcy?
But bottom line, the rule is not in place currently because it has not been approved.
Correct. So whenever it gets decided, it still has to go for another legislative review through the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules. So they get another 30, potentially 60 days to review it. If nothing comes out of that review, then it would be published in the register and then go into effect. So this is part one of a two-part legislative review process. And so even if the board would amend it, or if we decide not to amend it, it still goes to that second level of review legislatively, and they can essentially do some similar items where they could object to the rule or approve the rule, or, I think they might be able to request modifications as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I have one quick one, Scott. Most of the rule is set up to implement management actions by the department, at which time that the wolf is downlisted or delisted. Is there anything in that rule package that is very time sensitive from our perspective, things that we need to have done to assist us in our management?
Well, since wolves are still in the endangered species list, most of the contents of the rule wouldn't apply because we don't have, like, for instance, lethal control for our damage purposes, or we don't have a hunting season because they're listed. So if, however, something would come up that would change that, then we would want to make sure that we have that in place. And obviously, we can't predict about what may or may not happen in terms of the Fed side of this. And then Eric will come and talk about some changes on the federal, or not changes, but some news on the federal level next. So
yeah, very good. Any more questions of Scott? Okay, Scott, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric, chapter 2. Eric Lobner, Bureau Director, Wildlife Management.
Yeah.
Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Eric Lobner. I'm the Bureau Director for the Wildlife Management Program here at Wisconsin DNR. So Scott just covered a lot of the ongoing activities here within the state and what we're doing specifically to help manage wolves. Obviously, one of our next steps is the development of our Species Advisory Committee, the Wolf Advisory Committee. And once Randy is back from paternity leave, that will be his first step. But I know one other topic area that has raised a bit of question is, what was that message all about from the Fish and Wildlife Service? So I thought I would cover that real quick. So the Fish and Wildlife Service had been petitioned by 2 different groups regarding the northern Rocky Mountain and the western United States wolf populations. And ultimately, their announcement on the 2nd of February was basically just to say that, yeah, they've done some evaluation and they've concluded that the Western U.S. wolf population does not meet a definition of endangered or threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And so they ultimately have indicated that, yep, there's going to be no changes in those areas out west where wolves are currently delisted. However, in the rest of the nation, there is no change to the status of the wolf population. So specifically here in Wisconsin for us, there's no change to the legal status of wolves. The other component that they shared is that they're going to be working on developing a national plan and really trying to step back and take a look at the wolf population as a whole on a national scale. And we've had a couple of conversations with the staff at the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they've made a commitment to engage the states in those conversations going forward. So Scott already mentioned that, yeah, we've got our wolf plan is published. Again, we've had very positive reactions to that document from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And certainly we're looking forward to engaging in this conversation on this national plan. So that was really kind of the gist of what I wanted to cover. Ultimately, the goal of completing this national plan, they've set December of 2025. So at this stage of the game, we don't expect any sort of change to the status of wolves here in Wisconsin, specifically until that point.
Are there questions for Eric? I have one for you, Eric. During this period of time between now and December of 25, when there might be a decision or one soon after, we'll continue on with the current situation where wolves are listed as endangered and the tools that we have are limited. What would your advice be to people that have concerns about wolves or are trying to deal with wolves that are maybe acting badly? Where do they go for help?
Absolutely. Thanks for that question, Bill. So certainly we have an animal damage program that we work in conjunction with USDA Wildlife Services to help address these situations. We have a number of different tools that we can use. We apply for federal grants. Some of those grants have paid for fencing around certain facilities where there has been a history of significant challenges. We also have other variety of tools that we can implement in those situations, whether it's flaggery or lights and sirens, that kind of stuff to work in this situation. We have a whole variety, a whole suite of different non-lethal tools that we try to apply in these different situations. So that's the first step, and we strongly encourage them to reach out to either their department staff or USDA Wildlife Services. They're connected on our website. People can go there, find the information, go over, look up those phone numbers and give them a ring. They can certainly give us a ring here at the DNR and the Wildlife Program. We can work with those landowners to get them in touch with the right people and provide some guidance. I know a number of landowners have made some changes to their animal husbandry as a result of just concerns that they may have with wolves in the area. you know, certainly that's an option. There's, like I said, there's a whole variety of different approaches that they can take. So strongly encourage them to reach out, and we can help get them headed in the right direction to make those connections.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have one more question for you. With this announced planning effort from the Fish and Wildlife Service, a nationwide wolf plan, what's our opportunity to be involved in that? Be a significant contributor and be in a position to influence the outcomes. I see the upper Great Lakes wolf population as the most robust in the lower 48. Seems like we ought to have a seat at the table.
Yeah, for sure. So we've reached out to the Fish and Wildlife Service staff. And certainly they have made a commitment to engage the states and to be actively involved. And, you know, certainly here in Wisconsin, the upper Midwest, I know Minnesota. I've been regularly talking with my counterparts in Minnesota, Michigan. That's where the majority of the wolf population is. And so we've been talking collectively, and I know there's going to be additional conversations on that very topic to really engage in this conversation and help be a part of, you know, working through this national plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Eric? Patty?
I do have a question. There seems to be a disconnect out in the public between who de-enlists and what the DNR can do. And how do we better get that message out there? Because that seems to be, that disconnect is the biggest problem. And then if you know, when you talk to the people back home, they're like, well, I didn't know that. So it's like the DNR is taking all the blame for this.
Yeah.
And we need to kind of up, how do we up it out there in a PR type way to, you know, not point fingers, but, you know, here's the process and this is what we're doing.
Patty, great comment, great question. So we've been focused, we're really going to focus on trying to get that message out. We've been working on that with our local staff, but we are also looking at, so we just recently were working on some educational components of both our education and visitor centers at the Creeks, Meads, Horicon, Sandhill, Navarinos. Those are all facilities either directly connected to the department or indirectly through MOUs. And so we're looking at trying to develop additional outreach material to really get at that very point, right? Right now, wolves are federally protected, and we as a state, we don't have a whole lot of opportunities as far as management is concerned. Don't get me wrong, as I mentioned with Bill, there's a lot of non-lethal approaches that we can and are taking to address wolves. But they are still listed. And so ultimately that's a decision by the Fish and Wildlife Service as part of the Endangered Species Act. So we're going to be working really hard to get that message out, communicate that more effectively. Like I said, once we get Randy back from paternity leave, we're going to really be focused on not only the advisory committee, but then also working to get additional messaging out and developing a communication plan on just, you know, what do we know about wolves? What can we do? What can we share? And getting that information out to the public.
Thank you. I mean, December 2025 is a long way
It
from now.
is.
So it seems like we're going to be talking about this for a long time.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, Patty. You know, and like I said, you know, we're definitely committed to being part of the process and doing whatever we can to help work through this. Specifically here in the upper Midwest is our area of interest. And I think there will be opportunities there.
Thank you.
Any more questions on wolves? Okay, thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
I have a question for the board now. It's 11:30 and lunch is available. We've got some additional items on our agenda yet. I'd just like to take your pulse on, is it time to eat or do we keep boring ahead?
Let's keep going.
Keep going. Okay. We got momentum. Next item is item 6C. 2024 Wildlife Management Spring Hearing Agenda of Advisory Questions. Welcome back, Scott Carl.
Thank you. For those, this might be the first spring hearings for some of our board members. So the spring hearings are a joint meeting we hold each April on the second Monday of April with jointly with the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. And part of the meeting is a method for the department to get some input on some questions we may have. Sometimes the questions are directly related to rules. This year, they will just be advisory questions simply because the legislative session is shutting down in the next month. we won't have an ability to pass a rule anyway till 2025. So we take this opportunity to ask questions that we're just looking to get input on with no direct rule coming up right behind it. So this year, Wildlife is asking 5 advisory questions, and I'll just quickly go through them in case there's any questions about our questions. So number 1, currently our regulations require that if you quarter a deer, you still have to bring all the parts, even the non-edible parts, out of the field with you, before, after harvest. What we've heard back from a select group of people who hunt public land is that they hunt deep into public land, and it would be much more efficient for them to only be able to take out the parts that they want to consume with them and leave that the other parts out in the field. So we thought we'd ask a question this year to see where how the public feels about hunters being able to leave certain parts out of non-edible parts into the field before when they're hunting deer. So the second question is creating 2 woodcock zones. We currently have a statewide woodcock zone, and there was some ideas from some woodcock hunters about when woodcock are a migratory bird, and they tend to migrate to the south, and in the southern part of the state, after the season closes, there still might be some opportunity to harvest some birds. So we were thinking about asking about creating 2 woodcock zones. It would be something that we'd have to talk to the federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about, since there's a migratory bird, but thought we'd get input on that. Third question involves the fall turkey season, specifically in zones 6 and 7. So we have in zone 6 and 7, which is our 2 northern zones, the fall turkey season closes the Friday before the gun deer season. And this was done out of caution because turkeys have spread throughout from the southwestern part of the state throughout the rest of the part of the state. And when we first set up the fall seasons, there was concerns that maybe the population couldn't handle the winters, or would be impacted by having a late fall season. What we're happily noticing is that they're doing quite well up north, and we feel like biologically we could offer a little bit more opportunity by extending the fall season to statewide, which in the other parts of the state, it runs until the Saturday or the Sunday near January 7th. So we're looking at maybe if the public supports it, getting their input on extending the fall turkey season dates in the northern 2 zones. And then the last 2 require legislation, and we do ask some questions now and then, simply because we're looking to get, it's a good way to put an idea out there to get public input. We've asked questions in the past that have been taken up as bills. So we feel like these 2 questions are good ones to ask. First one is landowner preference for the spring turkey drawing. So 30% in the drawing, the first 30% of available permits are given to landowners in each period in each zone. And this was done initially because when turkeys were reintroduced, they're introduced in an area where there's almost no public land. So we were trying to balance, how do we offer a public opportunity in an area where there's very little public land? And so a statute was created that allowed landowners to get first preference in the drawing, but yet they had to allow hunters to come on afterwards. So they promised to allow other hunters to come onto their property. The first season was back in 1983. What is great is that now we find turkeys abundantly in every county of the state. And they're really, the statute was actually amended now that landowners don't have to offer to take the preference. They don't have to let people on anymore. That was done, I think, about 15 years ago or so. So what we have left over is it's a limited draw, where it's the only one that we offer where we give landowners preference. And there's not a need for it as there was back in the 70s and 80s or in the 80s. So we're looking to see where individuals stand on just making the drawing uniform, where everybody would have an equal chance for those initial periods. And then finally, we have a raccoon season where we have a resident start date, which is in middle October, and then the non-resident start date, which is in the end of October. This is something that's, again, unique to just this specific species. We don't have different start dates for other species based on residency. And again, this was something where back in the 80s, fur prices were much higher. There was a lot more competition for some of these species. So they decided to create, legislature decided to create give our residents the first crack at raccoons. Now we don't see there's not a competition for these anymore. And most of our neighboring states have seasons that start right around or earlier than our start dates. We don't anticipate a big influx of people coming in. So we're looking to see if the public would also support that. So that's our 5 questions. Is there any questions or comments about what we're asking this April?
Questions from the board? Hearing none. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next item is 6D, 2024 Fisheries Management Spring Hearing Agenda of Advisory Questions. Welcome back, Justine Haas, Fisheries Management Bureau Director.
I have to move the mic down a lot closer for me. It's a lot taller. Feel like you can barely see me over the podium. So again, good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, Deputy Secretary Little. I'm Justine Haas, the Bureau Director for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And this morning I'm presenting to you an information item that details the advisory questions for the 2024 spring hearings. And these are advisory questions focused on potential regulation changes of statewide or regional significance, but we're trying to gain additional input prior to going to developing the regulation change questions. So exactly what Scott just presented. So this year, Fisheries Management has 7 questions. So our first question is, do you favor the department working with the Conservation Congress to develop an administrative pathway that would allow for faster angling regulation changes in instances where an adequate amount of data shows an immediate need for preservation and restoration of a population of a naturally reproducing native or naturalized fish species? We're asking this question because we're hearing not only from our anglers, but also from our tribal nations, concerns over our ability to react in a swift manner to deal with items such as walleye natural reproduction issues that we're seeing in northern Wisconsin. And so we have to follow the regulation process to do that, which obviously takes several years. And so we're trying to look for a mechanism to help us to be able to change regulations to protect these resources that are having conservation problems. Our second question is, do you favor changing the statewide general open season for trout and salmon in inland streams, springs, and spring ponds to the first Saturday in April at 5 a.m. through October 15th? The current general open season for trout and inland streams, springs, and spring ponds is currently the first Saturday in May at 5 a.m. through October 15th. This advisory question is looking to add an additional month to the harvest opportunities. Our goal is to provide anglers additional opportunities for harvest, and we do not feel this will negatively impact our trout populations across the state. In recent surveys, creel surveys, it's determined that trout harvest is generally low even when the harvest season is open. And trout population monitoring has shown that the trout populations overall are stable or increasing across the state. So we feel comfortable in asking this and getting the feedback from the public, especially those trout anglers out there about how they view this resource. The third question is also related to trout. This is, do you favor having only one statewide county-based regulation of 5 total trout with no minimum size limit? This question is really aimed at simplifying our trout regulations. We hear a lot about how we have very big books for our fishing regulations, and our trout are no different. Currently, there are 2 county regulations. This is one of them, and the other countywide regulation is 3 trout in total with an 8-inch minimum size limit. Again, through the data that we've collected, since we have put these countywide regulations in place, we don't believe that we need to have these 2 different regulations, and we want to give more opportunity to anglers. And again, since there's low harvest, we don't believe that changing this would have an impact, but really looking to get the angler's perspective on this question. And then finally for this slide, question 4. Do you favor allowing trolling with 3 lines, for example, which is hook, bait, or lure, per angler on inland waters of Wisconsin? This is the standard for the majority of waters in Wisconsin. This rule was put in place in 2018, but we do have water bodies where this is not the case. There are some counties, it's the whole county. Some counties, it's just specific lakes within the county that don't have this. The department promised that once we would put this rule in place, we would evaluate to answer the questions and concerns that we heard when this rule went statewide in 2018 about the potential negative impacts. Well, we have done an analysis of our creel surveys from 2014 through 2022, so 4 years prior, 4 years post. This covers 106 walleye lakes and 71 muskie waters. And we've determined that there really are no adverse impacts to the current 3-line rule that is in place in the majority of waters. We have seen no impact on angler catch rates, harvest rates, the average length of fish kept, or fishing pressure due to trolling. So this was controversial when we put it in place in 2018. There was a lot of we went around and around with that for a long time. So the nice way to do this is ask an advisory question to see if opinions have changed, especially on those waters where we currently don't have the three-line rule. Question 5 is, do you favor creating a catch and release season from the first Saturday in June to the end of the first Sunday in March for lake sturgeon on a subset of water bodies where lake sturgeon populations are determined to be healthy enough to support these activities? So currently, lake sturgeon can be targeted on specific inland waters and boundary waters by hook and line for a 30-day season that opens at the beginning of September. Outside of this targeted fishery, it is currently illegal to target lake sturgeon, including catch and release on other inland waters and outside of that harvest season on those specified waters. We have recently done a hooking mortality study on lake sturgeon, and it showed that there was no mortality post release of these fish through catch and release. So we believe there's minimal to no negative impacts to expanding this opportunity. And additionally, the Wisconsin Sturgeon Management Plan identifies expanding opportunities for fishing for lake sturgeon through catch and release fisheries. So again, just trying to get folks' general input. And just a note, there's also a law enforcement component to this, because the same baits that you would be using to fish for catfish in these same systems are very effective at catching sturgeon. And so there's a lot of anglers that are catching sturgeon right now, incidental to other fishing practices. So it would also alleviate some issues there. Question 6 is, do you favor closing the shovel nose sturgeon fishing season on the lower Wisconsin River below the Prairie du Sac Dam to the confluence with the Mississippi River to protect spawning fish that are vulnerable to fishing from the Monday following the first Sunday in March to the Friday preceding the first Saturday in July? The current shovel nose sturgeon fishery on the lower Wisconsin River has a continuous open season with a 3 daily bag limit and no minimum size limit. This has been in place since 2021. Recent data that we've collected through our surveys, concerns from law enforcement, and further research indicates that our current regulations may not be protective enough for long-term viability of shovel nose sturgeon in the lower Wisconsin River. These findings suggest that we need to implement more restrictive regulations to protect the spawning fish. A recent creel survey shows that in the 20 years of this current regulation, that the fishery for shovel nose sturgeon has gone from not targeted to being a targeted fishery and being the 5th most popular fish sought after in the lower Wisconsin River. And that the harvest of these fish is 54% of the total catch and 73% of the total harvest of this species in the lower Wisconsin River is in the months of May and June. And this is because they're congregated due to their spawning activities. And also the last thing we found out through research is that these fish live a lot longer than we expected. We found that with a lot of species, and shovel nose, we thought lived sort of 20+ years. We now know that they live over 40 years, which also it makes a change in how we manage them. So again, trying to get some public input on that question. And then finally, question 7 is, do you favor establishing a 25 fish daily bag limit on white bass in the Winnebago system waters? I'm not going to read them all because you all heard them earlier, but simply it is that this would include like Poygan, Winneconne, Butamore, and Winnebago, and all their tributaries from their mouth up to their first dams. The current regulation for white bass on the Winnebago system is open year round with no bag limit and no size limit. Over the past decade, the department has observed declining numbers of white bass in our surveys out on the Winnebago system. And additionally, we've heard concerns from anglers and the public about excessive harvest of these fish. So this data has led us to have some concerns. So again, trying to get the public feedback about whether this rule, we have the biology, but we also want to know, do the public support that? And with that, those are the 7 questions that Fisheries will be asking this year. I'll take any questions.
Do we have any questions from the board? Robin?
So I have an easy one for you.
I hope so. Now you said that.
So your explanation was very good. When I just look at the questions, it raises questions that in my mind, but then with your explanation, it's like, okay. So when these questions go out, do they have like
Yes.
that explanation with them?
There's actually more explanation than I had. But
Okay,
yes,
perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
There is background information in front of them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Doug?
Thanks, Chair. So Justine, is the lake sturgeon hook in line catch and release opportunity more related to the fact that there's a lot of incidental catching of sturgeon on these waterways now, and it'd be easier to enforce if we just did a catch and release, or is it purely we think a catch and release opportunity is a new opportunity for fishermen?
So law enforcement is a component, but it's not the main component. The main component is that we believe that the fisheries in the list that you have in front of you are healthy populations and that they could sustain this fishery, and it expands angler opportunities.
Yeah, and I don't see, the healthy population that's in the Winnebago system, see the main river on here, which
Correct.
I don't mind, but you
Yes,
see, if you spend time on the Wolf, you see people catching lake sturgeon,
Yep.
whether they're targeting them or not is a law enforcement issue. But, to me, is that a factor, or do we just keep trying to enforce that?
I'll ask why that system wasn't added to the list, so I can get back to you.
Other
Thanks.
questions? Marcy?
Well, Southwest Wisconsin. There's some people that are gonna be very happy to see these questions, as you know. But I wonder the data, the science that this is building into is beyond just the Creel survey, correct? We've got some pretty good research
Yes.
that the trout populations, there's been some specific, so like a Creel survey sounds like this is what people are telling us they're seeing and catching, but then the actual research being done by a variety of partners.
Yeah, so the Creel survey, so yes, I probably should explain what a Creel survey is for those that don't. So Creel survey is where we interview anglers who are fishing either on a lake or a river, and we interview them after they're done fishing, and we ask what were you fishing for? Did you catch any? Did you keep any? If they kept them, then we measure them and take some biological information. So that's really about the harvest of the fish. And then our surveys, we survey several hundred stream sections a year across the state for trout population estimates to estimate what the population levels are in our trout streams. We have streams that we only go to once every, decade, but then we have what we call our trend sites. So these are sites that we go to every year or every other year. So we can really monitor how many fish are in these, how many fish are living in these systems. And then we are doing the creels on top of that in those systems where we're doing those, so we can put that harvest information with the population, which what's giving us the fact that we know there's not very much harvest, and where there is harvest, it's really not having a negative impact on those fisheries.
Okay, thank you. And in the one question, number 3, it says with a strong catch and release ethic demonstrated. So catch and release on a stream, say the West Fork of the Kickapoo, that's not necessarily a regulatory catch and release, that's a
Correct. It's
honor system.
Yeah, so yeah, we don't have, so right now there is a catch and release season, so you can be fishing for trout on certain waters that are identified.
This
You have
winter,
to
it's
release
been
them.
very popular.
It's been right, but you cannot keep them. But then right now, when the season opens, that first Saturday in May, everywhere has a harvest season. but there is just a very strong ethic in the anglers that are fishing for trout to release them. So it's not a mandatory thing that these fish are being released.
Okay, and the history of that May 1st opener with trout season, I assume that was to stay consistent with inland lakes?
I don't know for sure,
Opener.
but I would say that makes sense, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. It'll be interesting to see how that.
I'm looking forward to seeing the trout answers.
Right.
Well, I'm looking forward to all the answers, but those.
From
in
somebody that
particular-
used to have to try and explain those regulations, simplifying those regulations, I'm all for it.
Other questions? Thank you, Justine.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 6E, Wisconsin Conservation Congress 2024 Spring Hearing Advisory Questions. Welcome, Rob Bowman. Although you should have a few fish hanging behind you there with the deer heads just to balance the presentation.
That's on the other part of the office.
Go ahead.
Anyway, good morning, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Congress's questions for this year's spring hearing questionnaire. I'm Rob Bowman, Chairman of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Started out with 209 resolutions submitted by citizens this last year. 198 of those resolutions passed in their county and were assigned to one of our advisory committees for review. 44 of those resolutions were supported by our advisory committee and are forwarded to our district leadership council for further consideration at our recent meeting back in January. The DLC rejected 8 of those resolutions and added a question to gather the public's input on allowing the commercial harvest of lake trout in Wisconsin waters of Lake Michigan. 37 advisory questions that are before you today are being advanced for inclusion on this year's spring hearing questionnaire. These questions will be used to gauge the public's opinion on a variety of natural resource issues. The annual Department of Natural Resources and Wisconsin Conservation Congress spring hearings will be held in person around the state this year. April.
Badly.
Talking too fast.
And online. At 13. It's 6 p.m. on April. For the in-person input, DNR staff clock followed by from 7 through to 6 this year. Resolutions,
Rob, you may want to turn off your camera.
Is there an alternate that we could do with Rob? Maybe go to just phone?
He dropped now, so I was.
Okay.
Try to get back on.
Okay.
Keep moving and maybe come back to him or. And stuff like.
Let's move on. You could communicate with Rob and see what works the best for him, and then we'll bring him back on when he's ready. We'll move on to item 7, Department Secretaries Matters. Deputy Secretary Little, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let's start off with some retirement recognitions. We have 4 for this board meeting. First, we'd like to recognize Christopher J. Wimmy from our Forestry Division, 19 years of service. Andrea L. Dis Torrance, also from Forestry, 31 years of service. Ann M. Corman from Parks and Recreation, 34 years of service. And last but not least, Thomas P. Artilla from Water Quality, 35 years of service. I'd like to request a motion to approve these recognitions.
Do we have a motion?
Approval? This is Robin.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second with the thanks of service.
Yep, Robin made the motion to approve, Marcy seconded. Any discussion from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board.
Stephen, let me just check in. I saw Rob come up on screen briefly and then he went off again. Any change in status on that, Kari or Ashley?
Back on.
He's back on, ready to go? Okay. All right, if we take a break and just, okay, let's go back to the Congress questions again.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Rob.
All right. You want me to start over?
Well, you started out just fine. We lost you when you were talking about the spring hearings and when they were scheduled and all of that. So you can pick it
All
up
right,
there.
so you
That
got the
would be
first
good.
part. All right. So the annual Department of Natural Resources and Congress's spring hearings will be held in person around the state this year on Monday, April 8th, and online input starting at noon, April 10th through noon on April 13th. Doors are open at 6 o'clock on April 8th for in-person input. DNR staff presentations will be from 6:30 to 7, followed by elections for Congress delegates from 7 to 7:30. From 7:30 to 9, we'll go through the spring hearing questions and any citizen resolutions that were submitted in their county. Citizen resolutions had to be submitted by this past Monday, February 26th, and the review process for those resolutions that were submitted begins today. Resolution authors or representative must show in person on April 8th for their resolutions to be presented for input. This year's format was supported by a district leadership council meeting back in January. That's it.
Okay, you came through loud and clear. Any questions from the board? While you're looking and thinking, I would encourage people, if you haven't attended a spring hearing, this would be a great opportunity to do it. It gives you a sense of who the Congress is, how they work, how they collect information at the local level, and funnel it up to us in terms of advice to the board. Robin?
So I just had a question, because I have this on my calendar for the lacrosse area, but I wasn't seeing a location. Is it, are those locations going to be made available on the website? Is that where the hearings are?
Yeah, they should be.
We're
Sorry.
still finalizing locations yet, and we're hoping to have those done by the end of this week.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rob. Any other questions from the board? A lot of questions and a lot of variety there this year, Rob. It'll be interesting to get the public pulse.
Yes, sir.
Okay, last chance for questions. All right, any more comments, Rob?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move back to item 7. We've completed 7A on retirement recognition. Now we're at 7B, acts of the department secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has to do with real estate transactions, and I will ask, are there any questions on the real estate transactions? I will take that as no questions.
Silence is golden.
Silence is golden. Yes, sir. All right, next, secretary's matters. Just one item for discussion. I would like to publicly thank Todd Ames for his service to the Natural Resources Board, as well as for his service to the Department of Natural Resources. And I'd also like to welcome and congratulate our newest member of the Natural Resources Board. That would be Deb Dassow. Our staff have gotten to know Deb quite well over the past week as we have worked to prepare her for this first meeting, this February meeting. I've observed that she is a quick study, and as a son of a retired teacher, I quickly recognized her bearing And I know she will make an excellent addition to the board. And I want to welcome her to the NRB.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Those are my,
Very well stated.
those are my matters, Secretary of Matters. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. On to item 8, board members matters. Number 8A is an opportunity for board members to offer any spring hearing questions. We have the chance as board members individually to ask for a question to be posted in the spring hearing process. So I just need to ask if anybody has one of those. It's not often we do it. Sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, but it's a good time to talk about the process and to let you know the opportunities there. So as you go through the next few months, the next year, issues pop up that you're really curious about getting broad public input on, the spring hearing process is one of the ways we can do that. Again, last call for any board members' questions for the spring hearings. Okay, hearing none, I'll move on to item 8B. This is a follow-up to our discussion about where should we as a board be placing our priorities. Normally, we're kept very busy by, the extent of our responsibility as a board, and we have decision authority on many items and overall policy guidance on others, and we deal with full agendas and we're busy. Sometimes things might be very important for us as a board to get involved in, but they may not come to us naturally or through the routine course of business. So I wanted the board just to have a chance to sit back and say, what things are important for the board to be dealing with as a body? And are we doing that through our normal course of business? Are there things outside of that that we may want to emphasize and initiate on our own to either learn more or to be able to better connect with the public on certain issues or to do our statutory mission as a board? So I asked people for input and everybody sent it in. I put that together into a short list that I sent back to you a few days ago, and it's posted with the board agenda. It's a very, very rough and preliminary list of ideas. And what I wanted to do was at this meeting, at least make sure you had those, be transparent to the public what we're doing, and give you a chance to talk either about ones that you feel strongly about or questions as to what does this mean. And what I'd like us to do is just have enough conversation today that we've got a pretty good understanding of what these are and whether or not they may be something that we want to put our energy into as a board. I would caution a couple things. One, there are items on the list that we're already knee-deep with just in our normal course of business. I don't think we need to double down and identify that as a board priority if it already is. I'll use deer management as one of the examples that ought to be fresh in all of our minds after today. We're heavily engaged on deer management, and I personally would not vote for that as a special item of interest for the board because it's already there. And you'll see other ones on that agenda too that really come to us through the normal course of conversation or decision making. But what I would emphasize is I think there are items on there that may not happen. And unless we make it a point of asking for board involvement. An example of that I would bring off the list is the opportunity to maintain strong working relationships with key conservation partners. Our partners don't always initiate that, and we don't always initiate that as a board, and it doesn't usually come to us as a normal course of business. So some of those relationships may be something that the board would want to spend some additional time and energy in maintaining and understanding. And with a lot of relatively new faces on the board, it may be timely to do that. I'm not advertising for that one in particular, but I just want to identify it as an example of the type of thing you might want to look for on that list of priorities. We're not set up to make any decisions on that today. We may get to a point of looking at it and saying, we've got enough to do. We don't need to take anything more on, and that's okay too. But for today, I'd just like to talk about it, answer any questions, and just ask for some dialogue on these, and then give people time to take that back and consider what you've heard, a chance to connect with key staff on certain issues if that's helpful, and to network with conservation partners in your community. And then at some point, you tell me what time is adequate for you to do that. We're under no rush to get this done. But at a reasonable amount of time, send your input back in, maybe pick the top 2 or 3 that you think would be good for the board to spend time on, or at least to consider. And I'd ask you to send that input into Ashley and have you collect that for us. And at the time we're ready to go back to this discussion, we would have a list of the ideas that you've presented as possible priorities. And then at that point, we could set that up as a more complete discussion and a decision-making opportunity if we want to do that. So any questions about that? That's just kind of my spiel on what the process might be. We could do it differently if we need to. Robin?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very thoughtful, and your explanation was also very thoughtful and helpful. As a relatively new natural resource board member, I'm still a little bit challenged by the concept of what we can do, and we use the term initiate on our own. And I'm wondering if you could help us, especially anyone who's like me and trying to still understand the role of the NRB as we're sitting in these positions, by maybe giving us some more specifics, like the types of things we could do. So then when we're looking at these, we could say, oh, well, this one might be good for that kind of activity. Is there a, I'm kind of visual. So
Yeah, I think there's a couple things I'd like to offer, and I'd like to also ask Deputy Secretary Stephen Little to comment on this as well, because there's obviously a close intersection between the board and the department. And one of the underlying principles here is the board is a policy body. We have decision authority on specific items that are generally a higher level, more significant policy level. Rulemaking, major planning initiatives, property acquisitions above a certain level, that type of thing. The statutes clearly state that we are not an administrative body. That is the responsibility of the secretary's team in the department to implement policy and to handle the day-to-day operations of the department and the programs. So that's what the statutes say about it. Now, when you get down into the intersection of that, there's always a little gray area there. Is this major policy or not? Is this a board responsibility or not? And I think we typically have tried to work closely together and communicate that, where either one of us feel a rub, we'll talk about that and try and set the right course for both of us to be able to complete our statutory mandates. So that would be one thing I would say. Some of this stuff on the list gets into operations, and we need to be very careful that we're not stepping into operations and getting ahead of ourselves and in the way of the department to do their job. So if we can stick to policy, the other part of our statutory charge is to be an important link to the public, not the only link, thank goodness, but another area of communication. So if the public has questions about certain levels of things, or they're unable to get answers or find a way to communicate with the department, the board is another option. And that's why we do our open forum and we're receptive to public inputs, is to be a bridge and to make sure important things are communicated through to the department and frankly back to the public. So those are just a couple of generalities. Stephen, any more to offer on that?
No,
emphasize.
Mr. Chair, I think that was well said. I guess I would only add that we do rely heavily on the advice and counsel of Cheryl Halliman, our legal counsel, to help us make sure that we are adhering to our legislative responsibilities as it relates to the policy-making aspects of the board and the operational aspects and administration of the department.
We also benefit from Cheryl's guidance. We do. So any more general questions from the board on potential areas of interest? Any specific questions about what the list of topics means or what it might involve, just to help in your review as to what might be a priority for us?
Wait, so I've taken some notes, but, I don't know that you want to go into the minutia at this point in time. So, I think again, more of a process question. Should we be sending you some kind of written comments or other suggestions of how to make things, or would you rather have that kind of a discussion now?
What I'd like to do is not get into the details now. This is more for understanding and clarity. So you've got a level of knowledge that is adequate for you to evaluate which of these you feel might be worth the board spending some time on.
So,
and not get into the details of what that might mean in terms of talking about it in great detail and the nuances of it. I would say just have a general understanding of what these might involve, and then send input into Ashley. If you want to add specific comments about what an important piece might be under this title, I think that's fine. But all we're doing is a very rough sort, and maybe get this list identified down to 2 or 3 items that the board as a group feels like is worth talking about a little bit more, and it might be worth spending some time on. Like I said, we could get to the end of this discussion and decide, nope, we're satisfied. We're going to get enough of this through, we're going to be able to do our job and get enough of this information through our normal channels and our normal agendas. But one example, thank you. Another thing I was going to mention and I didn't. We're also at a point where we're looking at out of Madison meetings or outstate meetings, as we used to call them. That's an opportunity to do some of these or to emphasize certain things that are part of a field tour, part of an interaction with an important conservation partner. And if we know in advance where the board priorities are, we can help develop those field tours and those meeting agendas to accomplish some of these things that are not right on the core of the decision making, but are very important for the conduct of the board. So I think it's timely for us to take a look at this, get some feedback on it. And if we decide to emphasize certain things, we'll be in a position to work that in throughout the year.
So you had discussed managing relationships.
Yes.
And so I just also think it's really important to throw in that the complexities of the Mississippi River area. And so I just wanted to make sure that when we think about that, we think broadly on that.
That might fit under that title. It might fit under something else. But yeah, that kind of feedback could be very helpful. I don't see this as an absolute set deadline done. That's it. This is our list. I see this as sort of a living document that we might revisit periodically, and if new ideas and priorities pop up, I think there's opportunity to discuss that and gain some experience on whether or not this is going to be a helpful tool for us or not. Paul.
Thanks, Chair. Like Rob and I've struggled a little bit with, this is a unique board. In other boards that I've sat on, we tried to establish culture and direction for the entity that I was on the board for. But this is more a different type of board, and I just would like to ask Secretary Little what he feels we can direct, how much can we direct, and how much do you appreciate that direction if we would give it?
Here's your chance.
Thank you for the question. I feel that you have great representation in your chair, and we certainly work hard to establish those levels of mutual respect and recognizing where the positions of both the board and the department lie. And I think that dialogue has been working well as we've been trying to figure out the relationship. It's more science than it is art. And just know that from the department's perspective, we certainly appreciate and we certainly welcome the advice, the direction, and the the thoughts of the board, and we try to incorporate that. So I don't really have an answer to it other than, it's a work in progress, and we have these conversations quite often, actually. So I think we'll know it when we see it. So, okay, keep it coming.
All right. Other questions? Anything on the list confusing or need a little more detail on it? I can't necessarily provide all that because you provided the items on the list in general. I just sort of organized them a little bit. And if questions come up, I would ask somebody that knows more about it than I do to explain what the term might mean and what the consequences or the opportunities for the board are. All right, well, let's not beat it to death. Take it back, think about it. If you need to touch other people, it's a great opportunity to network and get some input to you as an individual board member, and then send your preferences, your priorities into Ashley. What amount of time do you think is reasonable for that? Again, we have the out of Madison meetings coming up, and that's just one tool that we could use to emphasize certain things on this list.
So we don't have a March meeting, so
No.
would by the end of March be appropriate? Is that a time frame that's reasonable for you?
Does that work for you? That's my question. End of March? Okay, this uses that as a rough target to think this over, and just pick your top 2 or 3 and send them down to Ashley. And if the light bulb goes on and you find another one that you think is really important to have on the list, go ahead and send that one down to her too. I don't want to make this too complicated, but I think we got plenty to look at right now. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to item 8C, board members matters. Paul Burr, you're first on the list.
Well, thank you, Chair. I have nothing to express except welcoming Deb to the board, and here's to a long and happy service.
Oh.
Okay, Patty, you're next.
I can't top it, so I have nothing.
Doug.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Deb. Said a little in my email, but yeah, I think you'll do great and look forward to working with you. That said, as we heard a little bit today, I'd like to thank Todd. He would have done spectacular, as the previous 4 before us would have done spectacular. What a struggle. It's a struggle. So, I read Todd's remarks, and, they're heartfelt, and he made them clear where he stood, and it's not to be taken lightly. I've known Todd a lot of years, as many of you have, and quality professional approach, and we're gonna miss it, but the rest of us will keep going and doing our job. I'm glad to be seated here, and I'm glad the committee or the rest of us acted the way they did, and I think it's a reflection on our testimonies and our answers to the questions that they asked us. So we move forward in that fashion. The other thing we did, Todd and I had an opportunity in early February to go up north to Red Cliff. We were invited by Voight Task Force, and we sat with the task force for, we must spend nearly an hour with them, sort of questions and answers, and productive discussion. Heard a lot of what Voight members' thoughts were, and how we could continue to work together and try to relay some of their thoughts and concerns through this board. We all heard a little bit of that last month from Gliffwick Executive Director Schlender. We talked a little bit about that as well. So I think that discussion was great. Todd would agree if he was sitting here, but we had that opportunity, and it was productive. So
good. Any messages for the board coming back from your meeting?
They have concerns about wild rice and management of wild rice. And we heard a few times now, I think, from previous Secretary Payne as well as Deputy Secretary, that there's opportunities to work together on wild rice management through the grant that's coming down the pipe or is here already. That identifies Glyphwick and a couple of tribes specifically to work on that issue. So I think they're excited about that opportunity and they want to continue to be part of that and have a lot of expertise to add to the work. So that was, I think, one of the biggest ones. And the other one was the conversation we heard last month from Executive Director Slender and concerns about fishery management in particular, to the issues that he raised. I think they recognize some of the deficiencies on our side, on DNR side, and as well want to try to help to improve that. So we just, I think, can look forward to some more discussions.
Thank you. Any more, Doug?
Nope, that was it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Deb, it's your turn.
Boy, oh boy. I had the opportunity to speak with Todd last week. He called me and we talked twice, and he now lives in the community in which I taught for 36 years. So we're probably going to grab a cup of coffee at some point. Again, the welcoming by this group, by the staff, by all of you has been profoundly heartwarming. A little bittersweet when you all laugh about my potential actual confirmation. But it really has been probably, and I've been, on a lot of boards and different, this has been, and I'm not blowing any smoke here, one of the most fascinating meetings I've ever attended. And just amazed at the expertise and the very cordial way that things are shared. And I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're very happy you're here. And some of the other comments, Todd was an absolute wonderful board member. He had expertise that none of us have, and it was very valuable. And you're not going to replace that, but you're going to bring your own expertise, and that will be valuable too. And we will proceed and we'll conduct business as a board. And we welcome you very much.
Thank you.
Robin.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, and know that a lot of us, I have the opinion that if I have a question, probably other people have a question too. So a lot of us are also learning a lot as we go. So you're in good company in terms of from that perspective. I also wanted to thank Kari and Chair Smith and others who have helped me really grasp the upcoming activities of the Conservation Congress. It's probably my weakest area in terms of kind of work here on the board. And I'm just really grateful for really feeling like I'm comfortable with understanding how this is working, the advisory questions and things like that. I did reach out, and I'll be meeting with the chairs of the Environmental Committee and the Upper Mississippi or the Mississippi River Committee in later in March, and I'll be excited about learning more about kind of what happens at the committee level. And as I said, I'm looking forward to the April hearing, and again, just becoming more aware and more well versed on what role they have. So
You're off to a great start. Marcy.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just not one to give up on these educational initiatives. So again, hearing the concerns of the wakeboarding and those, we know the Lakes Association Conference is coming up. I know Department of Natural Resources has a strong presence there. I just wonder if Mr. Olson has a doable process for ballasts with as far as invasives go. If we have some sort of an education effort that we could put together on that sort of thing, or on what a lake association could do non-regulatory or anything like that, or if there's something else in existence that we could share. I think this is going to continue to come before us, even though we don't have necessarily the authority to act on it. But I mean, I just can't imagine that a number of the lakes would benefit from knowing what some of the options are. So if there is someone in staff with ideas or we've run into other things, I would appreciate that being shared with the board. Let's see, the other one was, as you've already mentioned, the Conservation Congress and some upcoming meetings. If you could just remind the leadership at staff that a number of us love getting out into some of the events that are going on. So Conservation Congress is one of them, some other meetings coming up. But I had the opportunity to go to a sturgeon spearing registration station. And I'm sure the nice guys working the registration booth thought, what in the world is this woman doing? Just watching this on a very slow sturgeon spearing season. But the information that we get hands-on and the Lake Winnebago system and the things that I learned that day, again, I just think if you have the opportunity and you get notified of an event in your area or something going on that you want to attend, it was really beneficial to me in my first year. Well, we were in the pandemic in the first year, second year. So I would just encourage staff leadership or those listening on to extend the invitation to Natural Resources Board members, because as schedules allow, it really is an awesome opportunity to see firsthand how things work. And I did see a sturgeon get registered, and they're very pretty.
Well, it's a great example, Marcy. I mean, right at our doorstep, here is a population of fish that is globally significant. There's no place else on earth that has the kind of healthy sturgeon population, the harvest public opportunities that we have here in Wisconsin. And it's fabulous. It's just fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just so interesting because a couple years ago, I got to see them released in the Baraboo, when they're about this big as fingerlings, and then you get to see them at 70+ pounds, and it's really good. So exactly, we just have an incredible resource there. So thank you. That was all.
Okay. And I'm going to pass on board members' matters. I've had enough to say already today. So with that, I will say to the board though that we're working on the out of Madison meetings, and we'll try and get those firmed up as soon as we can. With that, I'd request a motion to adjourn.
Adjournment?
Second.
Robin moves adjournment. Paul seconds it. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.
Safe travel.
Safe travel. We'll see you all in April.
Yeah.
You had